Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Kuzma. I'm the MC for Choral Stage today. It's 10 a.m., it's early, my voice has not woken up, my face has not woken up. So this is going to be streamed live on Twitch. Every talk is streaming live on Twitch, and everything will be uploaded in a few hours. So if you're not here to see it right now, we can always catch these later. Welcome to ETH Denver 2024. Please tag ETH Denver, hashtag ETH Denver 2024 in anything that you see that you like, that you want to send out on socials. Our first talk today is by Mr. Kevin Owocki, and it is Public Goods Funding, the New Meta. This is one of 6 stages, so remember, there's lots of talks all day long until 6 p.m. And in addition to our wonderful speakers, we do have lots of fun activities here, including an art gallery. There's the Zen Zone. I have a grounding station. If you need to discharge some extra energy, please feel free to go up to the Zen Zone. There's the DJ Chill Room, which has had amazing music this entire time, so please support our DJs there. There's the podcast studio if you want to book some time. And there's the tabletop gaming arena, so get your table tennis on if that's interesting to you. So again, lots to do here in Denver. It's a gorgeous day. The Sport Castle and the Biddle Hub. Today's the last day for hackathon, so we will be announcing winners tomorrow. So if you have teams in that, good luck to all of you. And without further ado, let's present Mr. Kevin Owocki.
Thanks. Hey everyone. My name is Kevin Owocki. I'm mostly known as the founder of Gitcoin, and we're going to be talking about public goods funding and why it is the next meta. It is the competitive advantage for your ecosystem. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about Gitcoin 2.0, which we just launched yesterday, the white paper of, and how it supports that vision. So has anyone in the audience used Gitcoin? All right, the faithful here at 10 a.m. How about you guys walking by? Have you ever heard of Gitcoin? All right, friendly wave, that's cool. If you want to come learn about public goods funding, you can come join us. All right, so public goods funding is the next meta. Meta stands for most effective tactic available. Basically, the idea here is that in crypto, there's an evolving meta of things that you can do to be more effective in whatever it is that you are doing. And the meta is always evolving. Part of the game in crypto is going from the meta being ICOs to the meta being vegetable coins to the meta being loot. I don't know if you guys remember loot, but this cycle, I think it's going to be about DAOs allocating capital to their ecosystem's public goods, and that is going to be a way that DAOs compete for talent and compete for creating the best tooling in their ecosystems. So public goods funding is the next meta, and I want to talk a little bit in depth about what that means at an object level. So Justin Drake on Bankless in January 2024, so this is new information as of last month, noted that L2s compete on tooling, liquidity, virtual machines, tokenomics, public goods, security, and biz dev. And I think that this is a really important thing to lay out because there is a multi-billion-dollar war going on, competition going on to figure out who's going to get to consume the most block space, get the most developers building on top of their layer 2s. But I take a little bit of a frame, an issue with the frame that Justin put out, because I actually think that public goods is how you get all of the other things on that list. So basically, if you want to win the L2 wars, if you're Polygon, or if you're Arbitrum or you're Optimism or you're anyone else who has to deploy capital in order to compete in the market, you have to figure out how to get to having tooling, liquidity, virtual machines, tokenomics, security, biz dev for your ecosystem. And the naive way to do that is just to hire people. But the scalable way to do that is to use the novel forms of capital allocation available in the ecosystem to create growth for those things for your ecosystem. So you've got a treasury with billions of dollars of capital in it, and there's a political economy built on how you deploy that. And if we can come up with the right capital allocation machine in order to issue grants that create growth, then we can get all of these things with precision and scale that has never been possible before. What does the capital allocation machine look like? I think that it basically at a high level just takes in money and it takes in data and there's some sort of function, there's some sort of mechanism, and it outputs money to the people who are building your tooling, your liquidity, your virtual machines, and it hopefully reinforces the best projects that are coming to your ecosystem without the overhead of politics and gamesmanship that has typically been associated with grant-giving ecosystems. So I think that basically the opportunity space in bringing these funding mechanisms on chain is that we no longer have to deal with the gatekeeping and the power brokers associated with traditional grant-giving mechanisms. One way to make a lot of friends is to have millions of dollars of grants that you want to give out. I don't know how many of those people that come around will be your true friends, but we can bring capital allocation on chain, which means less gatekeeping. We can build more scalable and precise capital allocation mechanisms than have ever been possible. So I'm really excited about solving the problems of capital allocation in this space. I think that Web 1 and Web 2 gave us massively multiplayer online role-playing games. I think that Web 3 is going to give us massively multiplayer funding games. The future of crowdfunding is going to be on-chain, and we're going to do some weird, powerful, democratic, and transparent and accessible ways of allocating capital. So Gitcoin just happens to be in a position to make this happen. We've delivered $56 million worth of funding to the Ethereum ecosystem so far. Can I get another round of hands for people who've received money from Gitcoin? All right. Hey, you over there. Hey, you. Have you ever got money from Gitcoin grants? All right. Not yet. You will eventually. We'll allocate capital to the people who are funding the Ethereum ecosystem, or working in the Ethereum ecosystem. We've done $4.2 million worth of unique donations so far for 4,000 projects, and we've learned a lot about how to do capital allocation at scale to the Ethereum ecosystem and to how to do it on chain. Gitcoin is mostly known for quadratic funding, and quadratic funding is really great for democratic capital allocation to your community. But we're expanding out into providing a menu of complementary capital allocation mechanisms for your ecosystem. Direct grants happen to be really great for simplicity. Set out a pot of money, say apply for it, and we will give it to you if you are doing good things for the ecosystem. And then retroactive public goods funding. Anyone an OP Retro PGF recipient? Humpty is? Okay. All right, I won't pick on anyone in the periphery now that we have an actual audience here. But Optimism is crushing it. I'm so proud of Optimism. The whole meme of Ether's Phoenix of retroactive public goods funding is really cool. We have partnered with them to build a tool called EasyRetroPGF.xyz that allows anyone to allocate capital the way that Optimism does to summon Ether's Phoenix in their own DAO. And so Gitcoin is focused on building software that allows you to bring this theory into practice. We've got a tool called Gitcoin Grant Stack, which allows anyone to run a quadratic funding campaign, a direct grants campaign, or a retroactive public goods funding campaign. And we've also got Easy Retro PGF, which is going to allow people to run retroactive public goods funding rounds. So we are taking this this theory of capital allocation and actually putting it in practice, and I'm really excited to explore the design space. Speaking of the design space, one of the cornerstones of our exploration of the design space is this thing called Allo protocol. Can anyone guess what Allo is short for? All right, someone's had their coffee this early in the morning. All right, so basically there are a couple components of Allo protocol, which is a capital allocation protocol for those of you who are just catching up. You ingest in data and money, and out comes money to the recipients of your ecosystem that are supporting your tooling and your liquidity and your EVM compatibility and all the other things that you need to compete in the marketplace, okay? So you put money in from your treasury, and we build a registry of projects along with your community. You put it into Allo, and then there's this component that is called a strategy. And this strategy, what it does is it decides how to allocate capital to your community. The beautiful thing about Allo protocol is that it supports multiple strategies for capital allocation, okay? And the way that we're gonna explore the design space is that we're gonna is that we're going to basically do like a parameter sweep of all the different configurations of these types of modules. Okay, so Gitcoin Grants has a registry called the Allo registry, but we also are building interfaces with the Giveth registry and the ClearFund registry and the Optimism registry to abstract those registries in a way that makes them comprehensible to Allo protocol, which will allow all the strategies in Gitcoin Grants to talk to all the registries out there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to keep innovating on making better quadratic funding, retroactive public goods funding. We've got some weird capital allocation mechanisms that we're also going to build in here. And you're going to be able to sub out all the different strategies for capital allocation in your ecosystem. And then what we're going to do is we're going to build new ways to fund these projects with not only your treasury and governance proposals, but we're imagining that there will be superfluid streams and radical drips type streams that go into this trustless capital allocation machine. So you could imagine constructing a DAO in such a way that you don't have to make all of the funds go to a treasury and have a bunch of governance in order to distribute it. You can just trustlessly push it into Allo protocol, and Allo will automatically summon people to run quadratic funding rounds and retroactive public goods funding rounds for ecosystems. So a governance minimized way to allocate capital effectively for your ecosystem. Okay, so this is the entire design space of capital allocation, okay? As capital allocation moves on chain, there's gonna be lots of massively multiplayer funding games that we are going to invent. And we are doing a parameter sweep of all the possible ways that you could get money into that system, what tokens you could put into that system, how you could represent a registry, and what kind of capital allocation strategies are possible within this design space, okay? So we're building all these different types of capital allocation machines, and now that Gitcoin is decentralized and modular, it's really easy to sub these parts out for each other. Oh man, Gitcoin 1.0 was a centralized monolith, and we were just stuck with one mechanism and one registry, and we couldn't explore the design space. But now that we're modular, we're following the Unix philosophy, we can have each of these components do one thing and do them well, and we can just sub them out as we explore the design space for each other. And so I'm really excited about exploring the search space of possible capital allocation mechanisms and finding the ones that create the most value for ecosystems. And we're going to reason a priori, which means through theory, by talking to the big brains like Vitalik and Glenn Weil. And we're going to also reason empirically, which means in practice, about how these things actually work. And what we're going to do is we're going to iterate towards the local maxima of the best possible quadratic funding tools, best possible retroactive public goods funding tools, the best possible conviction voting tools, the best possible, I don't know, stuff we haven't even invented yet. Try to explain to someone in the 1990s what Twitter was. Like, that's what trying to explain to someone like what capital allocation will look like in 2035 in the year 2024. We don't know what's over the horizon, but we're building a machine to traverse the design space, okay? And the one thing that I want to be really clear here is that it's a plural design space. There's a reason that I wear rainbows everywhere that I go, and it's not just because we love the rainbows and unicorns. It's because we believe in the plurality of different capital allocation mechanisms, okay? So you can imagine the design space actually more as having multiple local maximas, which we're going to discover. And I think that it's important not to try to build one big monolithic capital allocation mechanism for everyone. What we want to do is build small components that reach their local maxima and do one thing and do it well. So direct grants is going to be really good at simple grant giving and doing RFPs. And quadratic funding, we're really looking at finding the local maxima of how do we do democratic capital allocation that your community funds along with you. Retroactive public goods funding is going to be really good at retroactively rewarding contributors, okay? So this isn't a design space where there's going to be one winner. We're going to have a multi-tool of capital allocation mechanisms that each achieve their own local maxima of what's possible. And then we're going to make that available to everyone in the DAO space who wants to allocate capital to themselves. or to their ecosystem at scale. And again, funding your public goods is a competitive advantage, and this is the most effective way to do it because we're exhaustively searching the design space and making those tools easily available to you so that you can compete in whatever the fuck it is you do, and we'll handle the capital allocation with these strategies. I think this is $1 trillion market, okay? As more and more assets go on chain, as EVM eats the world, as everything gets tokenized, more and more ecosystems are going to have to fund their public goods because funding your public goods are a competitive advantage. And so this isn't this like cute hippy-dippy side project like public goods funding, we do it just out of like the altruism of our heart. This is a competitive advantage, and as more assets go on chain, I think this is a huge market. Right now, Gitcoin does direct grants, quadratic funding, retroactive public goods funding. There's a couple mechanisms that we haven't even really talked about yet, conviction voting and streaming quadratic funding. I can get into what those are if you're a mechanism design nerd like I am later. But I'm really excited about building in delegated domain allocation, private voting systems, angel investing 2.0. I imagine a future in which we're all funding the next upcoming projects in the ecosystem, not just fucking Andreessen Horowitz. Although, I like Chris Dixon, I like his new book, Read, Write, Own is cool. Gift circles, self-curated registries, direct-to-contract incentives, impact attestations. You probably don't know what these are, and you don't really need to know until you can use them on Allo protocol. But in 10 years, you're going to be receiving rewards for having impact in ecosystems from these mechanisms. So, you know, if you want to front-run that, you can maybe learn about what they are. Gitcoin's final form, I think, becomes an attractor. A tractor is basically a dynamic social system that changes the behavior of the agents in the system, okay? So Gitcoin is an attractor that builds better capital allocation, and basically it's got a social layer. So if you've read the Green Pill book, or if you've shown up to my talk, then you're a part of the social layer. We are memeing about public goods and creating a regen culture around public goods funding in the ecosystem. There's the technology layer, which I just told you about. We're building capital allocation machines, and hopefully one day there will be really well documented, audited, plural ecosystem of tools. And then the economic layer, in which eventually we'll have a revenue engine for Gitcoin, and we'll probably be doing token swaps with other DAOs in order to build a 3-3 between ourselves and our partner DAOs, okay? So we're building an attractor for capital allocation, and it's got 3 layers, and every new partner that integrates with Gitcoin and uses that capital allocation mechanism to fund their own ecosystem strengthens Gitcoin's attractor. Every new integration, every new capital allocation mechanism that we build into Gitcoin 2.0 also strengthens the attractor. Every time you build a meme about regen and public goods, you're strengthening the attractor. And because these things are reflexive, momentum begets momentum, the attractor gets stronger over time as more people allocate capital in their ecosystems. We get more data about what allocates capital in these ecosystems well, and then we're able to iterate the design space and build more effective capital allocation machines. So basically, I think this is like kind of like what the final form of Gitcoin looks like, is that it's an attractor for people who want to build their own ecosystems and do it more effectively than they could with a grants program. And you know, bear in mind, there's hundreds of DAOs that have tens of millions of dollars of capital. There's tens of DAOs that have billions of dollars of capital. Okay, so if we can build the better capital allocation machines, then this is only going to get stronger over time. Eventually, we hit escape velocity, and we're funding the world's public goods and not just Ethereum's public goods. Okay, so in summary, if you want to win the L2 wars or the LRT wars or the DeFi wars or whatever ecosystem you're in, you need grants to power your growth. Gitcoin has the best capital allocation machines and also a plurality of capital allocation machines to fund what matters in your ecosystem. We're going to build a world in which we not only have client diversity at the Ethereum base layer, but we've got a diversity of public goods funding mechanisms, and there will be quadratic funding complementing retroactive public goods funding, complementing direct grants, complementing things that we've never thought about, and it's all going to be available through Gitcoin grants. Funding your ecosystem's public goods is a sustainable competitive advantage, and That's why I'm so passionate about building these tools to make all of you more effective in building crypto values and making them actually usable in the world. Right now, we have direct grants, we have quadratic funding, we have retroactive public goods funding. If you're interested in building those into your ecosystem, come find myself or anyone that's in a Gitcoin hoodie around here. We will get you set up on Gitcoin grants and we'll run a pilot round with you. And public goods are good. Thanks for coming to my talk. I have 40 seconds, so if you have a short question, you can ask it. Go ahead. Yeah, and so this is all built on the EVM. Any ERC20 token can be used. Yeah. When Moon? Dude, the market's going straight fucking up. Like, have you looked at your phone? Yeah. Yeah, me too. I never check prices either. But number go up. All right, this has been fun. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thanks everyone who was here for that first talk. Our second speaker is not here yet. We are going to stay on schedule. So at 10:50, we will be hearing Lane Redding from Space Mesh. If our speaker from 10:20 shows up, then she will have whatever time is still allotted to her. If anyone knows her, please give her a call. Tell her we want to hear her talk about cooperative governance and what DAOs can learn. Thank you.
to stay with them during this time.
Okay, we have a bit of an update. Miss Monica Zhang, she lost her voice and is not able to be here, which is a bummer, but we do have a representative who stayed at the Waterloo, University of Waterloo Housing Cooperative's Hacker House. And Amy is gonna come up and say a few words about their project. It is the oldest housing cooperative student-led in the world, as I understand it. And so they wanted to share some lessons about how to work in community for DAOs in the Web3 space. Thanks.
Hello, yes. Hi, my name is Imi, and actually Monica was supposed to speak here on behalf of the Waterloo Blockchain Cooperative, for which I will just say a few nice words. They have been kind enough to host me. The Waterloo Cooperative is representative of what is so essential and good about these kinds of events, and that is collaboration and education. It is university-led. There's a blockchain club behind it, and students from any field with interest in Web3, trustless computing, blockchain are welcomed to the club, given resources and guidance, and they travel together to different hackathons and events and help each other to accomplish projects, but also to learn. And they host different companies and people to provide their guidance and mentorship. Generally speaking, my experience has been one of welcoming anyone that wants to innovate and educate in this space. And these are the types of collaborations that this world needs. Essentially, none of us exist alone. Human society dominates the planet as a social structure. No human has ever survived alone and cannot do so. And embracing that in university blockchains, that is where the high-level education begins. And this is the best opportunity to foster future builders, future leaders, in this kind of space. The Waterloo Blockchain Cooperative I have experienced it for a few hackathons now already, and besides the educative purposes it provides, students as well as friends of Waterloo with the resources needed to do well. Yes. I wish I could tell you more details about the collaborative itself. Monica would have done so. This time around, we got at the Waterloo Hacker House to speak to some prominent leaders that came around, explained the different technologies, and the house led a culture of hacking, of innovation. I want to thereby thank the Waterloo Cooperative for all the efforts they put and will continue to put, and I am confident that this will lead to growth in the space for those that were part of this collaboration. I think there's many such incentives and such programs, and I would advise all universities to follow suit, as the University of Waterloo does, to try to bring multidisciplinary people into this space, work together, and have a space to collaborate, a safe space, all inclusive. And with that, thank you. I leave you.
Okay, welcome everybody. We're here for our third talk at the Coral Stage at ETH Denver 2024. Remember, tag us ETH Denver 2024. Our next talk is Lane Redding from Space Mesh about decentralization. Decentralization is really, really hard. Does anyone agree with that? Is decentralization really, really hard? It is, and we're going to learn more about why it is hard and what we can do about that. Remember, there's a lot to do here at ETH Denver. There's the childcare and Zen Zone upstairs. There's the DJ Chill Lounge in the Biddle Hub. Hackathon projects are submitted today. Judging is tomorrow. There is a closing ceremony tomorrow. There's talks until 6 p.m. today. It's gorgeous outside. Go to the food trucks, get some food. I think there's ice cream out there also. Enjoy your time here. All of our speakers are available after their talks. And if you have any questions, you can come see us over at the side. Restrooms, this is the one closest to the bathroom, so you're welcome. And with that, here's Lane. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much for the intro. Seconding everything she just said, there's a lot going on at ETH Denver. It can be a little overwhelming, but please do take the time to explore and make sure you get over to the Biddle Hub on the other side. Make sure you see the Zen Zone upstairs, food trucks, lots and lots of stuff going on. I could not be more excited to be here. I've been at most of the ETH Denvers. They've gotten bigger and better every year. Really excited and honored to be here and just have an opportunity to share the space with you guys. My name is Lane. I am a developer working on a project called Space Mesh. We are going to talk for the next 20 minutes or so about a topic that is near and dear to my heart, hopefully to yours as well, decentralization. It is a term that we tend to throw around all the time without always being very thoughtful about what we mean by decentralization. And so my goal here is to talk about things like how we define decentralization, how we should think about it, right? Why it matters so much, and also how we measure it. And then I'll also talk a bit about decentralization in the context of the Space Mesh project. Okay, good. So tiny bit of background on myself. I've been in the Ethereum community since 2017. I worked as an Ethereum core developer with the Ethereum Foundation for a couple of years. I was initially attracted to the Ethereum space, and I should mention as well, the first ETH Denver is one of the main events, one of the main reasons that I decided to join this community full time. The thing about Ethereum for me and other blockchain platforms and just kind of the bundle of ideas and technologies is that it's an opportunity for democratization, right? I have a background in traditional finance, and I've always thought of Ethereum as an operating system for building better human institutions and as a platform for building, let's say, value creation networks to allow people around the world to participate in a credibly neutral, decentralized fashion to create value for themselves, their families, their communities. That's very much what I've been focused on over the years. I joined a fledgling Layer 1 project called Space Mesh in 2019. That's what I've been working on since then for the past 5 years. The biggest and most important piece of news I have to share about Space Mesh, although it's not exactly new news at this point, is that after 5 years of grueling R&D, we finally launched the mainnet in July of last year. And I'm really excited. This is the first ETH Denver when I've been able to say Space Mesh is now alive. Really, really exciting. If you have not had a chance yet to kind of check out Space Mesh, to download the software, to join the network, to mine, et cetera, from home, now is a great time to do it because the network is much more mature and more usable than it was 8 months ago when we first launched. Yeah, it's been an exciting few months and few years. Space Mesh, I should mention, so we have 2 primary goals with the project. The first is to become the most decentralized blockchain in history. I think we are well on our way on that journey, and I'll share some updates in a moment on how it's going. And the second goal is to enable ordinary people around the world to join the network as miners, right? Not as a light client, not as a full client, but actually as a full mining peer, a validator on the network using existing hardware, whatever computer you have, whatever internet connection you have, and to do that sustainably and profitably. And actually, those 2 goals are the same, right? In order to have millions of miners on the network, it needs to be very easy for home miners to join the network. So that's what we're working on at Space Mesh. So in the next few minutes, we'll talk about first some remedial 101 on decentralization itself. I'll talk about how Space Mesh is doing towards that goal. Talk about some of the challenges we're facing on the roadmap to decentralization, how we're addressing those challenges, and kind of looking forward to the future of Space Mesh as well and how we're going to improve. So first of all, what is decentralization? Again, just to reiterate, it's a very important idea. It's kind of the reason we're all here in the first place, right? Remember why you started. But again, it's something that we don't always communicate about very thoughtfully or very rigorously. So our dear friend Vitalik actually has what I think is still the best answer to this question. He posted a post on his Medium 7 years ago. It's a lot of years in crypto years, right? Called The Meaning of Decentralization. I could easily spend an hour just talking about this. Obviously, we don't have that much time today. I strongly encourage you to read this article if you haven't. I also published a Substack article. I have a Substack. I'll have the link at the end, where I did some deeper analysis and reflection on this as well, more than we can get into today. But we'll just do a very, very high-level overview. So the first three here, and just to be clear, in this section, most of these ideas are Vitalik's ideas. I'm just going to kind of add some commentary and a few kind of tweaks. So he splits decentralization up into the first three categories. I've added the fourth one. Logical decentralization is kind of like, is this thing a monolithic entity, or is it more like a amorphous swarm? That's the term he uses. Blockchains are only useful if they are logically centralized, right? So this is why it's so important to understand decentralization, because actually there are aspects in which, ways in which we need blockchains to be centralized. They need to be logically centralized to give us something like a single ledger, a single view on truth, a single state machine in the case of Ethereum. Architectural decentralization, this is going to be the focus of this talk. This is mostly what we mean in this community when we talk about decentralization. A very reductionist view of this is how many nodes are there on your network. We'll analyze it a bit more deeply later. And then there's political, and I added economic to this list. I added economics specifically because in the context of proof of stake, I think it's very important to understand things like the Nakamoto coefficient, which is an imperfect metric, but it tells you the number of validators that would have to collude to halt a proof of stake network. But basically, it's like how many decision makers are there? How many doors do you have to knock on if you want to like change something or stop something? But again, we're going to focus on the architectural primarily here. And the second piece of his article talks about why decentralization matters, also a very important question. Again, important, very nuanced. We don't have time to go deeply into this right now. But fault tolerance is non-controversial, fairly obvious. It's sound engineering practice. It's been a thing since way before blockchain. Attack resistance, I think of as a specialized case of fault tolerance, where the faults that we're trying to prevent against are intentional rather than accidental. And collusion resistance, I'm not even going to go into this right now. It's, again, like super, super nuanced and super complicated, but it's another goal of blockchains in general and definitely a goal of space mesh. Cool. So let's jump into the kind of concrete piece here on Space Mesh and how we're doing. You know, every talk I've given about Space Mesh at this event previously has always been like a theoretical talk, and I'm just so thrilled that this is more of a in-practice talk because the network is now live, and we'll see some live numbers. So we have this thing called the network dashboard. If you go to dash.spacemesh.io in the web, or just Google Space Mesh dashboard, you'll find this. I don't know if this has a laser pointer. Yeah. So we have some exciting metrics here. You'll see a lot of these kind of like hockey stick shaped graphs, which is really, really exciting. So we have now more than 1.3 million smeshers on the network. I'll talk about what this means in a moment. You know, transaction volume is growing steadily, circulation in coins, security. I'll talk about this in a moment as well. There's no feeling more satisfying as a builder and as an entrepreneur than to be able to stand on a stage and put up a slide like this. I mean, this validates, this is our hockey stick graph, right? This validates all of the hard work, the blood, sweat, and tears that we've been putting into this project for 6 years. So let me explain what this means, right? So we are, obviously time on the x-axis here, the y-axis is what we call miner identities. So we have over 1 million, I think we're actually, what did this last thing say, 1.33 million. These do not map directly to miners as we think of them, in the sense that these are not like people or organizations or computers on the network. The way the Space Mesh protocol works right now, it's very common for a single miner to have a dozen, or in extreme cases, even hundreds or thousands of identities, which just refers to like the individual plots of hard drive space that they're committed to the protocol. So, you know, I wish I could say we have 1 million miners. I won't make that claim. We have millions of miner identities. It's probably a couple orders of magnitude less than this. We don't know the actual number of exact miners, but really healthy growth. Another hockey stick graph, right? So this is the security. Space Mesh uses hard drive space for mining, unlike proof of work, unlike proof of stake. We are at, I believe, 1.3 exabytes with an E. That's a crazy number. Like, just, I can try to give you some sense of it. It is 250 million songs, which is twice the size of the entire Spotify catalog, right? It is also 10 times the entire storage of the Internet Archive Foundation. They've got 100 petabytes of storage. We're 13 times that right now. We're about 60% of the size of the storage, the actual data being stored on Filecoin. And I think this is insane, given that we only launched this network 8 months ago. And if you were to 51% attack space mesh, you would need to have at least this much space. So that's why this is our security metric. This is actually the most interesting of the 3 slides I'm going to put up, in the sense that this does map more or less directly to like a real-world thing, and that thing is unique peers or nodes on the network. This is kind of imperfect. The data here is kind of like smooth and aggregated, so like don't pay too much attention to the dips and the bumps. But we're at around 20,000 unique peers on the network, public peers, right? The number is actually higher because, and we don't know how much higher, because not all of the nodes or miners or peers in the network are visible to us, to our nodes. Many people are running private nodes and private internet connections, et cetera, behind routers and NAT and things like that. But this is significantly more nodes than are live today on Bitcoin or Ethereum, right, which are both in the order of thousands, not tens of thousands. Again, I'm very proud of this. Still some healthy growth here. We want to get this to 1 million. That's our goal. OK, so back to the dashboard again. I didn't bring this up before, but we have this weird thing down here called a decentralization ratio, right? I talked about measuring decentralization, right? What does that mean? It says 81 out of 100, so I guess we have like a B- right now. This is a fairly arbitrary metric that we threw together. It, in no way, shape, or form, is like perfect or doesn't capture all the dimensions of decentralization by any means. It's this kind of like subjective metric we came up with for now, which is a weighted average of 2 things. The first is the number of those miner identities, and the second is a Gini coefficient, which I think is very interesting, right? You'll recall I mentioned economic decentralization. So it looks at the Gini coefficient, which is a measure of how evenly or unevenly distributed wealth or income is in a population. So in our population of miners who have produced blocks in the past 100 epochs, what's the Gini coefficient of that number? There's a bunch of kind of arbitrary, I keep using the word arbitrary parameters here that we set. I wouldn't say we're 80% of the way on our goal to decentralization. I'd say we're 10%. So we need to improve this, but this is all open source, and this is just like a conversation starter. I wanted to share. I'll do another talk on just this topic in the future. All right, so let's talk a little bit about why decentralization is hard, right? That was the subject title of this talk. First reason, home miners. Every other blockchain network, layer 2, layer 1, whatever, that I'm aware of, has one thing in common, and that is that they have professional node operators, okay? They're experienced people who understand DevOps, they're running Linux, right, in real data centers. Space Mesh has none of this, okay? Our whole goal, and the only way we're going to get to 1 million nodes, 1 million miners in the network, is by making it really easy for everyday people to download an app and just minimize it, run it, set it and forget it. But that presents a whole bunch of obstacles and challenges. You need to keep your computer running 24 hours a day. That's not that easy if, again, it's not a Linux VM running in a data center, it's your actual gaming computer, right? There's high resource requirements, which we'll talk about in a moment. There's frequent upgrades, things like this. Home users, unsophisticated users, are not great node operators. Our mitigation here is that we need to improve the UX of running a node a lot. We're a bunch of back-end systems engineers. We're not product people, but we are hiring product talent onto the team, and we're going to make this like a really fun experience for our users. Peer-to-peer, let's talk about this. Again, every blockchain network that I know of runs on peer-to-peer, but peer-to-peer is much easier when those nodes, again, are things like Linux VMs and data centers, rather than Windows machines sitting on people's home connections. Unfortunately, I know a lot more about routing protocols on the internet than I ever wanted to know about. This is one of the biggest challenges we have. But one of the fun facts I've learned in the past year or two is that the internet, the modern internet, is not designed to make peer-to-peer easy, right? There's all sorts of like dark design patterns and hostile design patterns, the way that ISPs run, the way they put, in some cases, tens, hundreds of thousands of nodes and home internet connections behind a single IP address, which kind of fundamentally breaks things like TCP/IP. The majority of nodes in our network are not routable, they're not dialable. It's challenging, but the good news is that we have some really wicked low-level P2P network engineers on our team, and we know how to improve these things. There's amazing technologies. We use libP2P. libP2P has got some fantastic protocols to do hole punching, things like this, so this will get better. Resource requirements. Again, we want it to be as easy as possible for any ordinary person to just run our software on their computer without worrying about their CPU, their memory, their bandwidth, et cetera. Unfortunately, the requirements are pretty high right now. The way the protocol is designed right now, every time a new miner joins the network, the complexity goes up, right? So it grows linearly in the number of miners. Each miner submits a proof each epoch. Every node in the network has to download, validate those proofs. That's very bandwidth heavy, it's very computation heavy. And this is one of the reasons it's become very hard to join the Space Mesh network as an unsophisticated home miner. We expected, best case scenario, 10,000 miners. And as I said, we have more than 2 orders of magnitude more than that right now. This is our biggest challenge right now. We know how to fix this as well. We are working on protocol improvements like distributed verification, which means that each node will only be responsible for probabilistically verifying a tiny fraction of those proofs rather than all of them. But that's core protocol research and development, and that will take time. So it will be months until I think this burden gets easier. OK, everyone's favorite topic, pools. Again, I could easily talk for an hour about this. It is very complicated, very nuanced. I'm thinking I need to kind of do a talk on this as well. It's a very controversial topic in the Space Mesh community. Another fun fact I learned recently, the first Bitcoin pool launched in, anybody? First Bitcoin mining pool? What year? Any guesses? 2010. Crazy early, OK? Pools have always been a reality for every protocol that I'm aware of, every permissionless decentralized protocol, Bitcoin, Ethereum, proof of work, proof of stake, it's a thing in Space Mesh as well. The unique thing about Space Mesh is that, I said many times, our goal is to make mining easy for home miners. In proof of work, if you have one Bitcoin ASIC, one modern Bitcoin mining machine, you will produce a block on average every 30 years, okay? That means you have to join a pool in order to earn any rewards. In proof of stake, in a network like Ethereum, you need 32 ETH to run your own validator. That's a lot of money. That's out of reach for 99.9% of people on Earth. So again, you have to join a staking pool. Our goal with Space Mesh is decentralization, democratization. Every miner, even the smallest miner, receives at least one reward every epoch, every 2 weeks. Right? Let me say that again. This is kind of the most important fact about Space Mesh. The smallest miner on the network receives a reward every 2 weeks, at least every 2 weeks. It's guaranteed by the protocol. It's deterministic. It's not probabilistic. And that's why Space Mesh took so long to build. But there are non-economic reasons to join pools as well. This is something else we kind of didn't forecast, such as the things I was explaining, the fact that it's just a little hard to run a node from home right now. Our mitigation here, I mean, pools are not going to go away. We need to educate people about the trade-offs, the risks of using pools, such as giving away your private keys, not a great idea. We need to make it easier to operate pools, so there are many of them, rather than a single pool. And we need to reduce those non-economic incentives to join pools. So we're working on this. I think this will get better over time. And finally, economics. So that small home user, the minimum storage space right now is 256 gigabytes, right? If you have that minimum committed to the network, you're earning about $1 US per epoch. That's every 2 weeks, $2 a month. If you have 1 terabyte, you're earning about $8 a month right now. Of course, there's a lot of variables here. As more miners join, it goes down. The coin price obviously moves around a lot. I highlighted this. This is a screenshot from a mining pool called H9. Per petabyte, so per unit space, it's, as you can see, like Chia is in the order of $9 per petabyte. Space Mesh is 358. This is after that crazy exponential growth you saw. So it's come down a lot, but it has at least another order of magnitude to fall. So that we can expect economically, again, depending on things like how the market does, the storage size of the network to at least 10x, if not 15, 20, 30x, et cetera, before we expect the market to find equilibrium, which means those rewards will continue to fall. There's nothing we can do about this. There's no mitigation. This is just kind of economics. But it's going to be exciting to see where we go from here. OK, let's go into kind of the final section, which is how we do better. So I've already covered all of these things, just reiterating. We have kind of these low-hanging fruit changes, things we know we need to improve to make Space Mesh more decentralized. We need to improve the product experience, improve P2P, make it easier to run a node from home, to sync a node. That's a bit hard right now. We have this set of protocol upgrades that will have the effect of reducing those resource requirements, making it much, much, much easier to run a node, and we think then also reducing the impact of pools in the network. We want to, again, encourage, we know pools are not going to go away, right? Space Mesh is a permissionless protocol. We can't shut down pools even if we want to, but I think a better approach, I kind of like the approach the Ethereum ecosystem is taking to MEV, right, with things like MEV Boost. We know we can't shut down MEV, so the best thing to do is democratize access to it, increase education, et cetera. I think we can do this with pools in Space Mesh. And as I said before, education, education, education. People need to understand the risks and the trade-offs of things like joining a pool. The next step is the VM. Again, could spend an hour here talking about this. I'm a VM engineer. This is the piece of Space Mesh I'm the most excited about. We have been working on this for years, for 5 years. We built a full-featured WebAssembly-based VM called Space Mesh VM or SVM. We threw it away because the goalposts have changed and the landscape has just evolved so much over the past few years. This is just a kind of a random snapshot of like the things you need to be thinking about right now if you want to design a smart contract engine or a VM in 2014. There's a lot of stuff to figure out. There's different VM choices. There's modular versus integrated. There's layer 1s and layer 2s and rollups and different types of rollups and different types of sequencers. There's ZK considerations where we want to be future-proof. We are having a research summit in a few days. And we expect to, I can't promise we're going to make a final decision, but I hope we will. And we're going to have a lot to share on this very, very soon. But this is the next phase of Space Mesh once we've kind of stabilized things with those earlier improvements I listed. And finally, going back to the very first thing I said, right? The whole point of this, why we're here in the first place, is to build these global, decentralized, permissionless, credibly neutral networks where ordinary people anywhere in the world, regardless of the extent to which you're enfranchised by existing financial networks, can join, create value, generate value, distribute value globally, right? You can think of it as decentralizing social media networks that we have today, right? Removing those rent-seeking centralized operators. I've always seen blockchain as a platform for this, and I think this is my set of criteria. I just kind of came up with this. I don't know if it's perfect. Let me know what you think. I'll write and speak more about this. But number one, the thing we're measuring, the thing we're proving, should be widely endowed, right? That means it should be a thing that is accessible to humans everywhere, right? Number two, it has to be objectively measurable and measurable in a decentralized way. Why? Because the protocol is the only thing that can do that in a credibly neutral fashion, as opposed to having human arbiters, which is, again, the whole point of decentralization. Ideally, it's not too gameable by machines. This is really a touchy subject today with the rapid advances in AI. And ideally, it's the extent to which it's subject to those economies of scale that I mentioned is not too severe. So actually, hold on. Before I jump to that, how do proof of work, proof of stake, proof of humanity, things like that do here? Not super well, right? So proof of work, proof of stake are not super widely endowed. There's not that many people who have 32 ETH or Bitcoin ASICs. Those things are pretty gameable. Proof of humanity, there's a number of these projects. I won't name any specifically. The biggest issue is they're not necessarily measurable in an objective and decentralized way. If you're scanning eyeballs or something, like there's no way for a protocol to do that in a decentralized way yet. Maybe someday we'll have it with zero-knowledge proofs. I think we can do better. So as I've meditated on this for many, many years, the thing I've come up with is this idea, and I'm just painting a very broad picture here. I think of it as proof of creativity. I'm not the first person to come up with this idea. There's New Foundation and other projects have been working on this and have gotten further than I have. But I do think this is the goal, right? I think that the thing that checks all these boxes as much as possible is creativity, right? It's very widely endowed. There are creative people, talented people all over the world. You don't necessarily need an education, a credit card, a bank account to be creative. It is not immediately obvious how it's objectively measurable, but if you think about the way social media networks have tweets and likes and warps and all this kind of fun stuff, I think that is a fair starting point for objective measurement. This next one is very controversial. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I don't think that AI tools are able to compete with humans at this moment, nor will they be in the near future in real creativity. Controversial topic. I'd love to have that debate. I could be wrong, but I have a good feeling about that. Real art, real writing, things like this. And to what extent is creativity subject to economies of scale? I mean, this is debatable, but I think it's less subject to it than some of the existing protocols like proof of work and stuff. So That's all I've got. Thank you so much for your attention. I have a vision that we'll build Space Mesh into a proof of creativity network, so stay tuned. We have our work cut out for us, but that's where we're going. Some resources. So I mentioned a Substack. I write about all these topics, including Space Mesh, in long form, so check that out. On Twitter, I'm very much a boomer, but I'm now on Warpcast as well. Shout out to Warpcast. There's a meetup later today, I think, right? And yeah, Space Mesh website, and join our Discord, chat.spacemesh.io. I hang out there. I'm going to leave you with a quote from one of my personal heroes, Jaron Lanier. Anyone who's not familiar with Jaron, he has a number of excellent books on this topic. He is the greatest thinker in the world who has thought deeply about the dangers of centralized social media, centralized networks, centralized technology. This is our goal, is to solve this problem. Thank you.
Hello? Hi, welcome everyone. What a wonderful presentation, and we have a stacked agenda today. So next we have Ken Barton, Scaling the Community. We're gonna need a bigger tent. If any of you remember those giant tents in elementary school, you fly them up and float them down and pull them over yourself. Web3 continues to grow its tent by including more and more people into how we can use and build these tools together. So we're going to have Kent talk in just a minute. Just a quick reminder, we do have restrooms over here, free coffee. Water filling station is over here. This is one of 6 stages between Sport Castle and the Biddle Hub, so plenty of talks. The ETH Denver website is amazing. You can filter by stage, you can filter by topic to make sure that you're seeing the talks that are important to you. To grow what you're building here this weekend. Remember to tag ETH Denver 2024. If you need some chill time, there's the DJ Chill Room in the Biddle Hub. There's the Zen Zone upstairs. There's sunshine outside. So if you come from a cloudy place like I do, going outside and taking in some of that sunshine might just be the antidote you need. So without any further ado, we're going to have Kent come on up, and we're going to build this bigger tent together.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to day 3 of official ETH Denver. Hope everybody's good. So welcome to my talk. The name of this talk is Scaling the Social Layer. We're going to need a bigger tent. I found that these talks over time are just an excuse to make really cool sci-fi images in Midjourney. It's just endless fun. Anyway, I think my background is relevant to what we'll be talking about today. I started the Ethereum Denver community here back in 2014, so that was a meetup that I started. It's been a decade now, and this kind of served as the foundation for what eventually became ETH Denver. As the community grew, we had a wonderful vision for creating a hackathon via John Poller, added a great community. I also was an ETH Denver steward for several years, helping with this event. I'm a member of the C4 committee, which is dedicated to non-hype education in the crypto space. And I was recently tokenomics workstream leader at Shapeshift DAO. This background will all kind of figure into what I'll be talking about now. So what is the topic for today's chat? This is it in a nutshell. And here this is the kind of the challenge we're dealing with. Ethereum's social layer embodies a handful of core values that are brought to life via the consensus layer, EIPs, and the dApps that use the network. And it's worked pretty freaking well so far. Clearly, the network, the ecosystem is a success. But here's the challenge. How can we preserve these values while welcoming a diverse range of newcomers and new use cases? So 2 things. Grow the community, but do it in a way that we maintain this wonderful decentralization ethos that made this so great. This is so cool that this is right after Lane's talk, because he was digging into decentralization from a tech perspective. This is going to be decentralization from a social perspective. As a reminder, what's the cypherpunk ethos all about? What makes Ethereum decentralized and special? It's really a handful of things. Permissionlessness, anyone, anywhere can access Ethereum and use it. There's no gatekeepers. Credible neutrality. It's effectively impossible for the network to favor a particular company, group, or nation state. Censorship resistance. No individual or group can interfere with the network's operations and functionality. Without any of these things, and a couple other properties like immutability, Ethereum is not special. It's not decentralized. Thus, it's so important to keep it this way. So in a way, when you think about it, and this is easy to forget, it's so obvious, but it's easy to forget, because we get used to these things being codified, these values, the code that runs dApps and that runs Ethereum. But really, it all starts with humans. It's not like the crypto gods are giving us this from above and saying, here you go, here's these things. And it's not as if an AI is doing it. Humans are deciding these values are important. And it's the human layer, the social layer, that really gives rise to all this. Thus, it's the foundation for everything. You can imagine a scenario where the social layer stopped valuing decentralization. We wouldn't really have the same sort of properties we do now. This is the importance of it all. So I'm going to start by getting into some of the boots on the ground aspects of community building from what I've seen during my time in this space. And then we'll get into ways to leverage current scaling technologies to scale the community while we maintaining that cypherpunk ethos. So I was happy to see that Midjourney is not so politically correct. When I type in the Twitter bird exploding, it wouldn't say something like, well, birds are nice and you shouldn't explode them. It did give me an exploding bird. But the idea is meat space matters. Unfortunately, right now our space is very crypto-centric, or Twitter-centric. A lot of the discourse happens there. This incentivizes very loudly shared opinions, overly simplified, emotional stuff. You have shelling points of conversation around a few influencers, and it's kind of a far cry from how things used to be in the old days of Ethereum. We'd all kind of hang out on Reddit and have nice discussions. The antidote to some of this is certainly just hanging out in person, just like we're doing here. You know, it's cool to be online. Everybody, you know, every day you get on and say whatever you want, but when you're here, when you're at an event, there's a vibe, and it's great. Meet space matters. So it would be awesome if there were more meetup communities and more crypto communities on a local basis. The grassroots is so crucial. These are a couple key things I learned and that I would recommend to anybody looking to start their own crypto community or ETH community. It's simple but effective. Consistency. Every month or two, have a meetup, have an event. Get that drumbeat of things going on. Free pizza and beer. I can't stress this enough. People don't want to learn or meet people if they're hangry. It's nice to provide some social lubrication. Free pizza and beer. Good messaging. Explain what the meetup's going to be about. And then afterwards, follow up with some like, hey, these are some resources. This is what we talked about. The messaging is important. It's good to tap into unmet demand. When I started the Ethereum meetup in 2014, there was no ETH community here, but there was a strong Bitcoin community. Kind of gave me a hunch that something would flourish here around ETH. If you'd like to start an ETH meetup, but there's already one generally, but you still would like to lead something, consider doing like a niche meetup, maybe something around developers or NFTs or whatever your interest is. And finally, these are opportunities to embody and educate around the crypto values. You know, as newcomers come in, this is an opportunity to explain, hey, this is why decentralization is important. I was talking to some friends last night, some dear friends I've had for a while, and they were involved in Hex, and they didn't understand that Hex is the opposite of that. So there's a lot of room and opportunity to educate around this. In terms of the vibe, keep Ethereum plur. Using a rave term here, peace, love, unity, respect. What I really mean by this is Ethereum has done a fantastic job culturally of always welcoming civil discourse and just creating a really good vibe where people might have big disagreements over different issues, but at the end of the day, you know, it's civil discourse wins the day. It's a sense of mutual respect for the most part. This is a very far cry from what we saw in the Bitcoin space on multiple occasions, you know, where we had the big block size debate. We've had so many instances of that not being the case. And it's a huge detriment to any ecosystem to do that. So keep Ethereum plur, keep it respectful. At the same time, it's important to prevent a monoculture. By that, I mean, to the average outsider here in Denver who doesn't know what we're doing, they see a bunch of people running around in like rainbow shirts and unicorn onesies and stuff, and this is kind of our culture. And that's cool. It's kind of an extension of our own brand at ETH Denver, and it's crypto. But it would be a shame if that's all there was. It's important, especially as a credibly neutral social layer and network, that all people are welcome, and there should be little sub-niches. Like, I would love to see, like, goth stuff going around and like this crazy stuff, cyberpunk. Let's embrace it all. This goes beyond aesthetics, because if we have a monoculture, then you have a situation where the community starts to enforce values on others. This can lead to gatekeeping. It can lead to sort of litmus tests. We've seen plenty of that at Bitcoin, and we do not want to go down that route. Fortunately, Ethereum's technology and properties give us the ability to avoid a monoculture. Open source and censorship resistance is a powerful combination to avoid that. Farcaster is a perfect example. So, Farcaster, an open source protocol that's sufficiently decentralized on which you can build different clients. So, Warpcast is the biggest one right now. Let's say Warpcast decided to enforce its own values and start censoring certain things. Maybe just around the next, Ethereum hard fork or whatever it was. People using that would get frustrated, but the beauty of Farcaster, somebody could simply go to a different client that wasn't censoring those opinions. It could nurture a different community vibe, or maybe they would build one. So these two properties could really be tapped into to avoid that danger of a monoculture and a litmus test that could be so poisonous to the ecosystem. At this point, I'm going to get a little bit more kind of technical. We're going to go away from like boots on the ground, grassroots, to sort of like more use cases. So let's think beyond DeFi. Here's my premise, is we can grow a more vibrant community that still embraces the cypherpunk ethos by kind of thinking of different things beyond DeFi. By that, I'm kind of referring to the current scalability landscape. To date, rollups and L2s have focused almost exclusively on DeFi and on replicating the functionality of popular mainnet dApps. Everybody loves Uniswap, everybody loves Aave, everybody loves this crazy degen stuff. let's do it faster with lower TX fees and 1,000 TPS. That's great. And it's cool to see that. It's so cool to see the L2B chart and TVLs going up. Awesome. So that's cool, but I would say, what else can we do with scalability? You're just seeing DeFi predominate the rollup ecosystem. Another way to put it is, now that we've built crypto economic primitives and financial primitives that can secure rollups and allow, strike the right balance of decentralization and scalability, okay, we have DeFi, but what else can we do? This is where it gets really interesting. So, again, we can grow the community via these new use cases in a way that also helps newcomers leverage and understand the unique properties of decentralization. So we're winning on both efforts there. So what am I referring to here? So this is an idea. I'm deeply indebted for this portion of the talk to my friend Nathan Schneider. He's a professor of media studies at CU. Just actually, I think he's on a book tour right now. Anyway, he was kind enough to bounce around some ideas with me around this talk, and we landed on a few different sort of thought starters and ideas. And this is heavily informed by my discussion to him. So thank you, Nathan. The idea with a community rollup is rollups provide the ability to create new design spaces for communities where multiple discrete projects share the same values and goals, or when they just want to experiment with self-sovereignty. So, instead of DeFi, we're talking about communities on rollups. What would be the benefits of this approach versus maybe just living on any random rollup or living on mainnet? Well, if you had multiple shared valued DAOs or organizations on one rollup, you enjoy all that wonderful interoperability and composability that comes with living under the same consensus mechanism. It's hard to underestimate that. This is very important. This would give projects the ability, or I should say communities the ability to change the base rules how they seem fit. So this is stuff that would be anathema to anything on Ethereum mainnet. I'm talking about modifying credible neutrality, violating immutability. For example, maybe a community would want to have a mechanism for refunding users if they got hacked. Not going to happen on Ethereum mainnet, but within the context of a rollup for a community, absolutely doable. Also, adding default privacy. We've seen that, with like Aztec and some other ones. This could be extended to a community rollup as well. Finally, what I call functional modularity, where multiple DAOs or organizations under a community rollup could play their own unique role in supporting a broader goal or mission. Let's unpack that one a little bit. So I like acronyms, and we're in crypto, so let's call community rollups crews. What's our use case for a crew? Decentralized Reddit would be one idea of this kind of functional modularity. Imagine subreddits as separate entities existing under the same rollup. Each subreddit could even have its own token or governance, giving more autonomy to these communities. However, this would give us a decentralized Reddit the ability to create alternatives to the advertising model, the Web 2.0 ad model that I think everybody is sick of and wants to move beyond. Meanwhile, you could have common accounts shared across each subreddit, similar to how Farcaster is working. There's probably a lot of design space to build on here, but this is just one idea of multiple discrete organizations and projects operating under the same consensus mechanism and rollup. Here's another one, and again, this actually comes directly from a paper written by Nathan Schneider, Sarah Hubbard, et al., entitled Toward Equitable Ownership and Governance in the Public Sphere. This is an interesting one because it's not really being done now as far as I know, but it revolves around co-ops, traditional co-ops. So the definition of these, pulling directly from this paper, these are organizations that are owned and governed by their users. It sounds a lot like DAOs, doesn't it? But the paper highlights some challenges with these DAOs, or with these co-ops. There's a lack of organizational transparency, a lack of effective governance, lack of member accountability, and historically this has created problems for sort of physical meat space traditional co-ops. I mean, I don't know about you, but that sounds like a pretty powerful use case for DAOs. Having just come from Shapeshift DAO, I can tell you Although DAOs themselves have their own challenges, they're very good at encouraging governance. We have effective, transparent voting, getting people more engaged, predictable compensation and patronage, creating better organizational transparency, better member accountability, and facilitating capital formation. These are some DAO tooling benefits right directly from the paper I just cited. So co-ops as DAOs is an untapped use case that could grow the Ethereum community, and in a way that also underscores those all-important cypherpunk values. Because remember, that's why we're here. If we're not living and breathing those values, then we might as well be building a database, and we've done enough of that. So, just to kind of continue with the community roll-up theme, imagine co-ops as a crew. Multiple organizations on the same roll-up, sharing security while enjoying the benefits of scalability and interoperability. So, imagine like multiple nonprofits who are kind of doing their own thing, but they all share the same sort of goal. Let's say, for example, helping refugees and asylees here in the States. Maybe they would choose to sort of gather under the same roll-up, doing their own thing as maybe DAOs, but also enjoying that broader security. Another benefit of this, with the crew approach, these organizations would be easy to fork. You can imagine if a successful regional nonprofit it has a proven model, hey, this is open source. Simply fork the code and create a new one under the same roll-up. Very cool. Network states, so hot right now. This is like, the big thing. Not just with Balaji and what he's proposing, but there's so much going on in the space of network states. You can imagine the community roll-up approach would be a good fit for network states because this provides a good balance of having ultimate economic security and finality, all that good stuff, backed by Ethereum mainnet, as we've seen. This is proven with roll-ups, but at the same time, within the context of a community roll-up, a network state or a group of network states could kind of write its own consensus rules, write its own specific rules of the game, perhaps adding maybe a governance element to the consensus layer within the context of a roll-up. There's so much that could be done here if we just think beyond the limitations of DeFi. Maybe there's ways to incorporate DeFi as well. You might be wondering, okay, that's cool, this idea of moving beyond DeFi, but how do we secure a crew? How do you secure a community roll-up if there's not like transaction fees? Well, for starters, this is about to get way cheaper thanks to 4844. This is a huge upgrade for the roll-up space in general and the affordability of it. Costs are coming down. One interesting sort of approach we landed on discussing this, Nathan and I, is community member subscriptions. So this is powerful. A lot of organizations, especially maybe like nonprofits or co-ops, people believe in the ethos and values of those things so much, they'd be willing to pay a subscription for belonging to the organization. In response to that, they could get maybe an NFT or something. But also, their funds are contributing. That could be used to pay for the security of the roll-up. Last I saw, I think roll-up as a service deployment is something like $3,500. Maybe that was a month, or I'm not sure. But these costs are coming down. Roll-ups will no longer be the domain of just giant DeFi players. There's a knock-on benefit here, a nice benefit, that this also makes communities stickier because once you kind of have skin in the game and you have a long-term subscription, you'd be more incentivized to stay with the community. So pretty cool. In addition to that, you could just have donations. You can imagine people donating to support a roll-up in situations where they really believed about in the community's purpose. And finally, there could be a situation where there's transaction fees that are relevant here. One example is city DAOs. ATX DAO is one of the DAOs doing this. They engage in some NFT type exchanges and derive fees from that. So TX fees are not completely out of the loop here as far as what could secure a roll-up. The sky's the limit, really, depending on the community. So what would be the next steps? For starters, don't underestimate the power of a local grassroots community. Everything you see here is a testament to that. Grassroots is powerful. Meeting in meet space is powerful. It's a way to get it across or kind of not have to deal with all the noise that comes with being online and engaging with with all these very loudly stated opinions and influencers and all that. And it's just fun. So consider starting or joining a local ETH community or whatever crypto you like. Keep it civil, respectful, peaceful, and fun. The moment we stop being respectful to one another is the moment we turn into, say other ecosystems that have had civil wars and it's ugly. And then the focus isn't on decentralization. Think beyond DeFi. I just offered a few alternatives or ways to think just beyond that. This can grow the community in a way that could powerfully embrace the cypherpunk values. And then imagine scalable, self-sovereign community rollups. The design space here is very promising. So that's my TED Talk. Thank you for coming. If we get things right, I think in another 10 years, we'll have an even more vibrant community that is still decentralized and still embracing the cypherpunk ethos. Thank you.
Okay, that was an incredible talk that we just heard by Kent, founder of essentially Ethereum Denver. So really blessed to be able to hear directly from such an amazing community builder. Our next talk is the principles for implementing a pluralist grants framework by Disruption Joe, who is the head of growth at Thrive Protocol. So I was just looking into Thrive a little bit before this, and I am super stoked for this talk. Remember, there's a ton to do here. We have an amazing website where you can filter by anything you wish to make sure you're seeing what you need to see while you're here. Without any further ado, let's have Disruption Joe to the stage.
Hello, everybody. How are we feeling out there? Yeah, I just wanted to do the hype thing with like all 6 of you. So we gave out $3 million in grants in the last like 4 months, and we're about to give out $6 million more. So if you're interested in Arbitrum's grants programs and how you can get some funds, this is probably a talk you want to see. So just any of you guys around, if you want to join in, this is about Arbitrum's grants pluralist framework and how we're about to give away another $6 million to builders in the ecosystem. Now, we put forward a proposition to Arbitrum as the DAO started, which was a little wild, a little different than anybody else had done. We looked at a couple things. They gave the sequencer fees, all of them, to the DAO. And their 9 to 12 Security Council multisig, which has the potential to jump in and upgrade the network if there's a problem, is actually manned by a 9 to 12 multisig where the elections happen on-chain using Tally. So they were really going in the ethos of decentralization in the way they set up Arbitrum's DAO. And in other ecosystems, we've seen many times either a foundation or one organization that is granted the right to give out the funds. But in a token-driven economy, like if we're going to admit we're doing pure plutocracy here so far, well, who you give the tokens to is going to be really important, right? And we think that it should be a plurality of people who are able to give out those grants. And we had to get over some problems in our first implementation of the pluralist grant framework. So let's first think about the problem that's actually happening that causes this. First, decentralization is obviously disorganized. If you've been in a DAO at all, you know this, right? And we call it decentralized autonomous organizations, but we have no freaking clue how to organize, right, if we're being honest. Now, this results in systems that compound the problem. So a circle of influence, one of the problems showing here is when those token holders who have the most delegation have to pass a proposal, they talk to each other and they develop stronger social bonds. And that becomes harder and harder to penetrate. So that's an unseen power that develops. And so you look at things like Optimism tried to do a web of trust for their bicameral power distribution. They said the way the token propagates is one power distribution. We're going to use a different system. And they tried a web of trust, which means I give somebody else I trust a badge. Then the next series, we both give somebody else a badge. And you can imagine that if what you're trying to do is stop circles of influence from forming in your governance, that's going to embed a circle of influence, right? So we need to learn and find new ways to do this if we're going to be successful at providing the dream. Now, the strategic misalignment is really hard because there's nobody to be that final decider to say yes. And there's never a time, no mechanism we've seen that you can get everybody's voice included. We did a cross-section, we did surveying of 17,000 members of Arbitrum DAO to find out what was most important to them before our grants program. And we validated it across multiple statistical models, topical analysis, throwing everything into an LLM and asking for its top, and then actually running votes across different platforms and taking segments of our token holders, whales versus minnows, delegates, not delegates, and seeing if the top results, what they thought was most important, changed. And it still wasn't enough to be a legitimate strategy thing that everybody bought into. Because normally it's like 6 people say we're going to run a workshop, then they put it on Snapchat. They're like, you can vote yes or pretty much go fuck yourself. You got no other choice, right? With 600,000 people as token holders, that's not the best representative way to do things. Another thing is that they centralize because a lot of times we saw in the bear market, they're running out of some money. They say we need to be organized. So what do? We know there's methods that work. Let's go ahead and centralize and give somebody the power so we can be efficient. And the last thing is, it's really hard to access value. This is my gift of trying to get paid in a DAO. It can be hard. Now, does anybody think this GIF is ridiculous based on your experience in a DAO? Probably not. Right? People are yelling out from the sidelines here. We all know it. So what do we need? We need to be able to give power to many different individuals to run grants programs, but we need to not run into the problems of them. So when we talk about your DAO strategy, there's different functions of what they can fund. They can incentivize user incentives. This is like, if your DAO is a city, this is like paying people their first month rent to come into your city and check it out. There's product market fit bets. These are builders of dApps and protocols. This is like subsidizing the entrepreneurial risk for gas station owners and grocery stores who are going to come into your city before there's a nice packed population that they know for sure that their business will be successful. Service providers. Maybe you have to hire a sanitation company to serve your city. Operations. Who's actually organizing all of these things that you're doing? Marketing. If you have a sanitation service, how do they know that they got to put their garbage out on Tuesdays at 12? If you extend your user incentives to 2 months of free rent, who's out there telling them? And lastly, the open source infrastructure. Who's working on the roads, the piping, the electric in your town? And each of these things requires a different way for contributors to participate in your ecosystem. So when we think about these functions, there's a few different levels to them. At the start, we want to think about the UX of the contributor. So at level 1, you should be able to come into Arbitrum, find out where there's something you could do or give value on those functions, and do it and get paid within like 48 hours. That would be a great goal, right? Fairly get paid for the value you put in. And then we need to minimize risk for the DAO, right? Because we have to balance both needs. Next, there's the idea that we want to give them a pathway, and we want to increase their odds of success on this pathway. So once you've shown that you can do some work, what are the types of requirements that would feel less as like gatekeeping to you and would feel more like a coach that's helping you do the right things? I'll give you an example of this. In the $400 million gaming catalyst proposal that's out right now for Arbitrum, they worked with a company called Helica that showed a framework for what publishers do in gaming. And what they do is at level 3, to be eligible for this big increase in funds that you could possibly get from the publisher, you have to have A/B testing software installed. Because they know games that don't have this won't be successful. So for you, think from the contributor UX, this is great. You have a coach there that's making sure you do the right things to be successful and that you can keep elevating on your pathway. From the DAO perspective, it minimizes risk at each step because we're putting in requirements that make sure not that the bad guys don't get in, but that the good guys can excel so much that we don't even have to think about the bad guys anymore. I spent 2 years at Gitcoin trying to fight the Sybil problem, and I'm really, really bearish on it. Anybody who's talking about like proof of human or individual human, I just don't think they see where the puck's going at all. Like, they're missing the point. What we actually want to do is optimize our capital allocation so that people can thrive. Now, another thing we don't do is give them a pathway with a pot of gold at the end. Right? As a contributor, if you do one thing, what is your eventual exit or final spot that you can earn a great healthy living and you feel proud? If the way it works today is you get a grant and they basically give you the money and they say, here's some money, don't fuck it up, right? And it's a very scary adversarial relationship. It's not like a coaching relationship where you feel like they have your back and they're trying to help you build. So the framework in Arbitrum is looking like this, where we're trying to identify if you come around, like you're building let's say, a game using HATS protocol for meta allocation and grants. If there's 30 different grant programs, each with its own requirements and evaluation needs, how do we decide how to allocate our funds between the different programs, right? So you come in and say, I'm going to build some open source infrastructure for this. And we need to figure out, all right, how do we get you started quickly, give you a pathway, and then eventually people use the thing you built, right? There's an exit built in if you're doing it as a product market fit bet and you want investment, that we already have investors lined up. Anything but the feeling of it being adversarial is a win in the DAO space now. Now, if you open this up, what we realize is there were 30 points on the last screen, but we all know that like DeFi versus gaming are going to have different needs. The infrastructure needed for gaming is the whole reason why we launched the Nova chains from Arbitrum. The Orbit chains have a ceiling of use cases because of the fee structure. So the Nova chains and Orbit chains built on top allow the builder to customize different options for that. And because the different verticals require different risk minimization, different things that we can give to them as requirements that help them grow, this becomes a really complex problem. So when you hear about somebody who's saying, oh my God, there's 2 grants programs, think about this, there's 150 different variable points of different eligibilities and how you review to be able to build a robust ecosystem. So most likely they're not complaining. Usually what's happening is they're saying, we do research and development for X, and somebody else is like, well, wait a second, we do research and development too, and somebody else is like, well, we've been doing research and development too, and then you ask them and they're like, oh yeah, I do it for Y, and I do it for Z, because you need research and development before most things that you do, at least some level of it. But in DAOs, because we don't have a pattern language to talk about exactly what point we're referring to in the ecosystem, it tends to create adversarial relationships, even between 2 contributors who are working on similar things and could help each other to build. So I'm going to show you a few programs that have run in Arbitrum here. STIP was $50 million user incentive program where the DAO just went straight to like max user incentives for everybody. But you couldn't use those to develop your product. So there was a program through Questbook, which was called the New Protocol program, and it gave like a level 1, level 2 grant, something to get started. And those could turn around in like 7 days. They did a community education one. In Plurality Labs, we did one for product market fit bets. Instead of quick money, it was a support network. It was a fellowship. We did a Firestarter program because Questbook was relegated to the domains they had selected, but we needed support for DAO operations and people to write RFPs for service providers, which wasn't included in their domains. So these are something where you could just give out a grant and start it streaming. Then we have the open data community who started addressing our open infrastructure needs. They provided fraud detection services for STIP, and they allow anybody to go in and suggest a data analysis for that community, and they'll source quality data scientists to actually do the work. And because most people in the DAO can't analyze the quality of data work, especially deep data work, their Jedi Council then reviews it and says, this is how quality we think this is. And this all runs on chain with HATS protocol. Our GovBoost program let us go and skate to where the puck was going in the way that if there's a $50 million incentive program, you want to monitor the data for that. Right? So we spent $200,000 on Open Block Labs coming in and giving expert data monitoring through it. We had Open Source Observer start to look at and understand engagement. We had hackathons, Allo on Arbitrum with Gitcoin. They made a bunch of new different funding mechanisms running on Allo protocol. There was the Gitcoin matching rounds. So this is still available. If you run a quadratic funding round on Gitcoin, if you run it on Arbitrum, your probably likely for a match of whatever matching pool you have available now. So if you want to run around, reach out to me. This is still available, but it funds a different set of needs. And when we start to see the shape or the visual of this, it really helps people understand that there's a lot of green space and we can have a plurality of programs. But then we have to figure out what the problems are. And the problem is we need to build the pathways and agree on the strategies. So when you start to hear conversations where people are like, we should do something like betting on builders, and they want to run a grant program to do that, they're going to run into this problem with, okay, well, the way you minimize risk at the beginning is way different than the way you build up an incubator with like venture partners for them to have an exit at the end, right? Early stage fellowship or just cohorts. And to do all of that, they need funds to actually operate it. And they might even need some tools that hopefully would be built open source and not private. They need to get the message out to all the builders that that service is available for them. So when you think about a strategy, it's comprehensive and it has a lot of different needs. And this is one of the things where DAOs will turn down perfectly good proposals. They see this and they think, wait, that is too much, but they don't have a language by which they can communicate why they need all these other extra services in there. People say, well, you're getting $10 million to dish out in grants. Why do you need funds to run the other parts of it? We don't have that language. The problem with DAOs is this. Did anybody here fly more than like 10 hours to get here? Anybody travel more than 10 hours? All right. That's a huge commitment. That's really cool, right? Now, we could put up a vote in the DAO that everybody would think, yeah, let's go fund that. But as soon as everybody put their hands up to say, yeah, that would be great to support those people who put that commitment, all the people with like 9.5-hour travel times would be like, wait a second, what about us, right? And the whole thing gets derailed. So the principles of a framework that work think about all these problems that are caused by the lack of a pattern language or visual communication tool that helps us to understand that we're not overlapping each other's work, we're building upon it. So to get it going, we need to minimize the friction to start, pay people from day one, showcase their work and make sure that other people know to use it, and provide a pathway of success. There has to be a pot of gold at the end of the pathway. And for the DAO, we need to de-risk at every level. Right? So when you think about requirements that actually help the builder rather than gatekeep the bad guys. We're gonna win by pushing forward as fast as we can, and the way that we can collaborate better because we're not trying to silo off is what will make it so we can run faster. The ability that the Ethereum network gives us is to change it from a game where you're trying to knock down the person next to you in the race to a game where you can just run as fast as you can, and that's the best way to win. Now, how do we actually do this? Well, we need to start thinking about, instead of a foundation just driving all of the grants, granting authority to people all over the DAO who have expertise to do the best granting work that they can within a framework that minimizes risk to the DAO at every level, but also decentralizes the evaluation. And this is the hard part that people haven't figured out. Decentralized accountability is a requirement because the easy problems are people double dipping, they do the same work and apply to 2 different grant programs, analyzing the data under it all. With Allo protocol, we can analyze that data pretty easily across all once we see a successful experiment. Next level requirement, build on Allo. But with the accountability, we haven't figured out how to decentralize it. We delegate authority to somebody. We delegate authority to a council. And that single point of failure is what is corruptible or colludable. So if we can remove that, we can remove the circles of influence in the way that we work. And pluralism or plurality as a buzzword isn't really that crazy when you think about it. Decentralized, should a decentralized org have one person with all the power to grant funds, or one entity with all the power to grant funds, or should they be a framework they can work within? So community-led review can be implemented at every level. How do you advance from level 2 to level 3, level 4 to level 5? Well, the community should be able to review it. Without decentralization, or without decentralized evaluations, we have decentralized and autonomous unorganized things, or centralized and unautonomous organized things. With decentralized evaluation, we have decentralized autonomous communities. This is how we thrive. We pay the community to review, we identify expertise over time, and we review everything: the grant success, the milestone payouts, the grant pre-processing, contributor information, grant output, grant outcomes, grant impact. And we do it in a way that can't be gamed, that can't be bought off, and removes the intermediaries that corrupt and collude all of our political systems. So if you like this experiment, think about implementing it in your DAO. That is all. Questions time or no? Nope. Apparently we do have questions time. Boom, we don't have questions, I'm hearing. One question. Well, no, he said no. I'll come find you. Thank you, guys.
That was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much to Disruption Joe. Apologies for the no questions time. He is here, so come feel free to chat. Our next two speakers, we have Yev Muchnik from Launch Legal and Zach Guzman from Trustless Media. So these are two really amazing professionals in the legal and media space who are going to be talking. I'm super excited to hear both of them. They have really broad and deep experience about how to bring Web3 into both the legal world and into the media world, and what this can do for our communities. Remember, bathrooms are over here, water fountains, free water filling station over here, free coffee if you want to get in line, that's cool. It's gorgeous outside, the food trucks are available. Pick up your swag if you want it. There's still plenty of official merch, hashtag ETHDenver 2024. And with that, I think let's get started.
I'm used to it.
You're used to it.
Okay, so we're going to get started with the Inside the Decentralized Media Revolution with Yev Muchnik from Launch Legal and Zach Guzman from Trustless Media.
Awesome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for joining. My name is Yev Muchnik. I am a corporate and securities attorney based out of Denver. We have a boutique firm called Launch Legal, and we have been servicing clients in the Web3 space since 2016. Our focus is really non-traditional shared ownership structures like DAO cooperatives, and then also trying to find like a happy and compliant medium with fundraising and non-traditional capital structures.
Yeah, and I'm one of Yev's clients, I should say, because we partner with them to launch Coinage and Trustless Media, my company, which is for the first time, I think, I'd like to say, Yev's up here so I can say, legally, compliantly growing community-owned media between creators and their fans to unleash the network effects of what we're all here to talk about, what Web3 is all about, what crypto, I think, is all about. And I've been covering it. I was at CNBC and Yahoo Finance as an anchor and quit to dive into this because I saw everyone having fun with NFTs and realizing the power that is here and now building in the media space. So excited to chat about why we work together and build this as something that now the co-founder of Netflix is also backing. So I think we're up to some pretty cool stuff. I will shill hard, but it's legally and compliant is what I will say.
So you all are members. If you apply to attend the event for free, you're all members of a DAO cooperative as well called Spork DAO. And it's structured very similarly to Coinage. The governance structure is decentralized. It's all about member contribution and member inputs. So you receive Spork in exchange for your contributions as a Spork DAO member. And similarly to Coinage Co-op, which I'll let Zach dive into a little bit more on the economic structure.
Yeah, I mean, just backing up, right? I think, there are a bunch of, we were just talking on a panel this morning about DAOs and the power of community in Web3. It's really hard to just do it compliantly and legally and not have to worry about some of these concerns that I think, Coinbase is over there. They know some of the concerns. But I think, basically from a media perspective, everyone understands that media is broken. I think that's fair to say. Elon Musk tweets about it all the time. We're seeing publishers under pressure. We're seeing journalists laid off. That's my background. But there are really interesting ways to now monetize creativity online, and DAOs have been doing that for, longer than 5 years. And co-ops are essentially just legal DAOs. And so, I don't know, it was really cool to launch Coinage last year with the ability for NFT holders to mint and legally co-own what is now one of the fastest growing media outlets in Web3. So that's kind of like where the structure came from. And it's not just Coinage. Obviously, there's a bunch of DAOs out there now as Colorado cooperatives doing this to, again, we'll get into, legally distribute patronage. Distributions to our network.
Also known as dividends.
Also known as dividends, layman speak. But yeah, no, it's a really cool model. And like I said, I think us at Trustless, Coinage is the first one. We're now expanding with Best Dish Ever, which is a show in the food space with some very famous top chef creators. And, no show can start from scratch. And I think crypto and Web3 is very good at solving the cold start problem. And Coinage is living proof of that, which went from literally 0 subscribers and 0 people watching to 2 million views off of our big first debut episode. And the people who minted to watch that content now are being rewarded, and they didn't even have to pay for it. It was free, which we'll get into, I guess, later on.
Yeah, I mean, DAOs are very much about network effects. It's about community coordination and collaboration. And so when you see the power of that amplified, the ability to coordinate around a particular interest group or around kind of governance or even meta governance more broadly, there's a lot of powerful things that can happen, and things that are not necessarily centralized, top down, extractive, that are just kind of being built and extracted for the benefit of shareholders, but it's really for the benefit of those contributors.
Yeah, we were talking about this. I think there's huge network effects that are lost when you look at something just as an investment, right? I mean, there are plenty of ways to securitize things. I think in the space it's very hot right now to talk about, okay, we're tokenizing this or tokenizing that. And there have been attempts in the creator space to basically sell securities attached to athletes and their future incomes and things like that. But what is not unlocked, and what I think DAOs and Web3 is really good at, is the network effects of shared passions. And so, you think about Web2 and the rise of influencers, you're following them because you like the influencer, but you also like the content. So you have the network effects of a community, even though it doesn't look that way. You have essentially a community built around a shared passion in a content niche. So, the way I describe what we're building is kind of like a mix of Kickstarter, Patreon, and verifiable on-chain co-ownership. So our NFTs are actually tickets into membership and co-owning the brand itself. And we've seen our NFTs rise in price, which makes sense the larger our audience grows. Because if you think about media, traditionally you've been selling ads. It's a terrible model, by the way. The Web2 media model is grow an audience and monetize it by selling ads against that audience. It's the worst product. No one likes ads. But when you start to monetize the network effects of growing with your fans, what we've actually just announced at Coinage is we actually are now running our own validators. So people can read the content, learn about crypto, and then if they want, they can stake with us, and those rewards go back to the DAO co-op, which helps fuel our content. So it's, again, the network effects of how you build these things. It unlocks different monetization strategies and aligns interests in a way that lets a community come together around content that previously was not really possible in Web 2.
Zach, can you speak more about the composition of your membership and who actually interacts with the co-op? And whether there was kind of a hump that they had to overcome in terms of all of the Web3 parlance with, not just with co-ops and DAO co-ops, but with NFTs and tokens, and how that's worked out for you.
Yeah, I think crypto and Web3 specifically right now is at a very interesting inflection point when it comes to what do we want to live on the front end and what do we want to be easy. And it's a very interesting thing to watch as a bunch of investors normally are putting money onto chains, so they very much want it front and forward. But from a user perspective, sometimes those complexities are very hard to onboard anyone. We're at ETH Denver, I don't need to tell anybody this. But there are a lot of exciting account abstraction things happening now. We started Coinage, we didn't need to worry about those because it's a community of people who love crypto and want to learn more and co-own, again, a media outlet, and influence the guests we have on the show, the content we put out, and pitch anything that they really think we should be covering. But for future media brands, it might not be that you have a large community of crypto native users. So for Best Dish Ever, our second show in the food space, we're abstracting all of that away. And what I think is really cool about cooperatives and DAOs is that, as a co-op, it's not new. Everyone understands what REI is. You go there, you shop, and you get a dividend at the end of the year if you're an active contributor. And, you can abstract away the crypto piece of that, but the coolest bits of Web3 are aligned interests and the ability for people to contribute what they want to contribute and, again, enjoying the upside of where it goes. And so for Best Dish Ever, which is, we're dropping basically in a couple weeks, so you guys are all hearing about it first, and thank you for being here, by the way. If you are here, speak to me afterwards, and we'll let you co-own Coinage at a heavy discount. But I mean, the structure of it, Yev, is mostly just you use the bits that people actually want, which is, exclusives, to co-own something with the creator that they respect and enjoy and think will be, bigger in the future. And everyone thinks about speculation as a bad thing in crypto, but I think it's really strong signal. You might follow someone on Instagram, but you want to grow with them. You don't just want to be a passive simp. You don't want to just subscribe, but you want to grow with the creator. And I think Web3 is enabling a more intimate way to grow media online and co-own it, which has never been possible before. So finally, we're kind of monetizing the network effects around that and, again, aligning interests on the internet, which there are so many. I mean, this is just one example, but there are a lot of really exciting projects right now. And it's fun to see people realize on the internet you can actually co-own things now.
You can, and you can do it in a legally compliant way where you're not just considered a general partnership and you're liable for the acts of other members in your general partnership. So if you are running a DAO and it's unwrapped or it doesn't have a legal entity that backs it, then you sort of default to this general partnership status. And I think a lot of DAOs have been in the search for the right kind of entity choice, and whether that's to wrap their whole DAO or portions of their DAO, or to silo out different operations and things like that, the co-op structure, the LCA structure, is just a really flexible framework that works really well for these DAO structures. So you can have on-chain governance, you can submit proposals, you can tokenize patronage units, you can tokenize other things within your DAO, whatever makes sense for you. And you have this beautiful securities exemption that lives in the Colorado Securities Statute for DAO membership interests. And I think that that's something that more and more people are finding out about and trying to stretch, but really it's tied to the inputs and outputs that you put into this co-op and this DAO. So it's run very much like an investment club or any other thing where you're actually contributing your efforts. And so from a securities law perspective, you have this sort of shield, and you don't need to register those securities.
You're giving away our secret sauce, Yev, which I enjoy and respect, because it is kind of why I quit my job. Like it was a dream job. My life goal was to be on TV and host a show and interview celebrities, and I did. I got to do it, and it was great. But something clicked in the way that media has a bunch of problems. And again, Web3 finally enables community co-ownership online, and the value of content, which is historically the worst part about media, is there is no way to really monetize content outside of, again, selling ads. But I wouldn't have quit the job and started this if it weren't for, okay, this is a compliant way to actually deliver on real co-ownership, not just speculation of I want to mint this NFT or I want to buy this collectible and flip it, but really build community that can build together. And there are a bunch of silly examples. Like for me personally, I saw a Constitution DAO, and it was people on the internet wanted to buy a copy of the Constitution. They pooled $45 million in like a few hours and then went and tried to do it. And it was like, wow, that is the power of what DAOs can do. But what could happen if you actually build over a shared mission? And so, I don't know, in media, again, you have a very passionate reader or a very passionate viewer, but there's no energy that you're tapping into other than, okay, you're a static viewer of our stuff. But if you break down the wall between a content creator and their audience and build together, there are huge network effects that are lost and left on the table. And so, I don't know, to your point, the wrapper of all of this, it's a secret sauce because, yes, there's a securities exemption and very much you need to build it properly. But I think it's again, enabling something that wouldn't be possible. And we at Coinage have done some weird experiments. I built my shitty New York City apartments in the metaverse, and now our DAO co-op co-owns that asset. And we can flip that if we want. We can sell it. I don't know. But like all of that's in a wrapper, and it's extremely scalable. So I think it's fascinating to hear the co-founder of Netflix, again, as one of our backers, talk about, you can't build a streaming platform from scratch. But this is scalable in a way, and our company, Trustless Media, is working with creators to, again, copy this model because it is really powerful. Not just do it for Coinage, but now in the food space, you could do it in politics and sports, bring together hosts, let their fans co-own it, and just drive the flywheel and do it legally.
Absolutely. So join Coinage Co-op and stay tuned.
There's a lot of different things to come. As I said, Best Dish Ever is in the food space. We have hosts from Top Chef who are going to be launching that. And there are a lot of other interesting, decentralized media projects right now. So I would shout them out as well. Mad Realities is kind of another project I saw and why I wanted to build in the space because, they were building on chain. And again, it's just really cool now to see the mainstreamification of, we partnered with Base. We built our NFTs on Base, a trial pass, so you can just mint and unlock the content. And then slowly, as people have touched Coinage and realize what we're doing, join to become co-op members too. So it's just,
A question comes to mind. So again, going back to your membership, as you scale, as you grow, as you have these that you tap into these like beautiful ripple network effects, how do you maintain kind of the ethos of what you've started to build out in terms of like what you're building into your governance structure? And
this is going to sound extremely corny. I interviewed Pitbull one time, Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide. Some of you may know him as Mr. Worldwide. Mr. Worldwide, shout out, Mr. Where's the air horn? We need an air horn. Anyways, Pitbull was like, money can buy happiness. You just got to give it away. And it's a very corny line, but Pitbull said it, so it was cooler than when I just said it. But it's true, and I think a creator just wants to really have that feeling with their fans. Like, if you ask any kind of, like, I think creator, they're not doing it for, oh, I want to make a bunch of money. They're like, they want to create something. And so I think all we are doing, really, Trustless Media as a company, is unlocking that piece. And letting them build with their existing fan base. And so, you know, media's evolved a bunch, you know? Just Netflix is not DVDs in the mail, and now it's streaming. But I think, you know, if you think about the evolution of media from Web 2 and putting content online and the rise of influencers and Instagram and TikTok to now what Web 3 does, when you can actually have ownership and everything on chain, and if you actually have a wrapper and you have an entity that can have all the money go into an entity, you can be sustainable and you can set up these alignments. So Coinage, you know, through the validator deal I talked about earlier, media companies are not supposed to be profitable after a year. Like, that's not supposed to happen. But when you apply the network effects, Coinage is now there, basically. So, like, again, we were talking about Colorado co-ops and being able to distribute dividends to members. There's a bit of a race right now for the ones that exist and the ones that you've worked on to actually do it. We've promised, okay, we set this legal structure up so we can distribute, can I say dividends? Rewards.
Patronage distribution.
To our members. And so, like, I'm excited because we're getting there. I don't want to promise anything right now, but it's like, it's set up in a way that is actually functionally working. And like, I had the luxury of raising $3 million before to where, all right, let's set this up. Coinage is separate. And basically, Trustless has subsidized the creation of the first community-owned show, and no one really knows that. But Coinage has never even touched any of the money that's come in through our mints because it's just waiting to, you know, have the community. And now we have more than 6,500 NFT holders, and the NFT is up 200%, and everything's functionally working. And now we've done it in crypto news. We're going to be doing it in the food space and can be doing it in any content niche. So right now, I think it's exciting to just promise something, deliver it, and then see what happens when it's out there and how it gets better. But to your question on, like, decentralizing it, I think that that's a huge problem in our space. I interviewed SBF, I interviewed Do Kwon. If there are parallels in those, it's that sometimes hubris and, like, building something with unchecked power is maybe not a good thing. And weirdly, the DAO model and the way that it's set up is like, it checks founders in a way that if you actually set it up properly and you have governance that's correct, the members can check that. And I think that's a super,
Checks and balances,
it's an important piece of setting up DAO structure correctly.
So if you were to give advice to other emerging DAO media startups or just DAO startups in terms of raising capital, how would you kind of comment on anything about structure potentially and like unique structures as they relate to the co-op model, which has limitations on bringing in outside investors and returns and governance? And then also the final question is, and then we only have 2 minutes, but if Netflix was to decentralize, how would you see that happening?
Yeah, Killer Whales is another example of like what was trending on crypto Twitter for a little bit. It was the attempt to decentralize a show, and you'd buy a token. I don't know exactly what their model was, but Coinage started very similar, just mint a token and unlock our content. But I think, you know, in terms of decentralizing these things, that has been historically not great. If you don't have an entity, there's really no way to really start to raise in a legal way. But for Trustless, you know, it's a startup that takes a position in these brands as they start. So Trustless owns half of Coinage. The other half is legitimately to be owned by our DAO membership, so mint an NFT and own a piece of Coinage. And then Trustless can scale that way by making bets, certain bets, and increasingly, it can become a platform. So to your question on Netflix, it's very interesting to think about. You can't start a streaming platform from scratch, but if you start with certain bets in certain niches with creators who want to build with their fans, you can slowly over time start to build up a platform that has all of this content living on it. So that's kind of where Trustless is focused. But again, everything in media, you can boil it down. You can do all kinds of crazy things, but media is historically only as powerful as creators can be, and unleashing them to the world in a way that they can monetize, not have to worry about not getting paid or getting fired. Like, journalism is on fire right now because they cannot monetize trust. And it's very hard to monetize trust, but crypto is built for that. Like, Web3 is built for that. And so it's I don't know. I'm obviously very passionate about this, but if anyone wants to join anything that we're building, you can speak to me after the show, and I'll give you a discount on joining Coinage, or stay tuned for Best Dish Ever coming out in a couple weeks.
Thanks so much, Zach. Thanks
Thank
for
you, Gav.
joining us.
Thank you very much,
you.
and thank you, everybody.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We are going to start our afternoon set of programming here. We had a little break. Hope you all are a little refreshed. Go outside, get some fresh air, bathrooms, water, coffee, food trucks. We've got everything here for you. We are going to have the founder of Flax come up, Odysseus, and he's going to be talking about front-running hacks bound to become irrelevant. So without any further ado, let's get started.
Now it's working. Cool. Thank you so much for this. Yeah, so originally the talk was about front-running hacks, but I figured to speak more broadly about hack prevention and what I think that everybody seems to missing. Yeah, so I'm a founder of Falax. It's a new project in the area of hack prevention. I'm a technical advisor in a fund, and my villain origin story is from Nomad, where I was a protocol engineer, and I went through the hack. You know, being in the war room, talking with affected users afterwards, strategizing with the team was something very impactful. It was a formative experience. And it really made me understand that we have an issue in crypto with hacks. Billions of dollars yearly are lost. And I think we need to create better solutions. And although it's good that we're talking about hack prevention, I feel that we are not viewing the problem from the right lens. So in this talk, I want to first define what's hack prevention, and then talk about the major design schools in hack prevention, which is front-running hacks, or what I call next block response, and why I think both of these solutions are not great. So let's take a very classic definition of incident response. We start with the surfacing of the issue. The hacker sends the malicious transaction in the mempool. That should trigger some alert. So now we know the hack is going on. We have detected it. And finally, we want to mitigate, right? We want to do something about it. And mitigation means return to normalcy. In Web2, in DevOps, we define as mitigation the return to normalcy. We want to restore the issue before the user see that it's happening. And in blockchains, in order to return to normalcy, we have to not allow it to happen in the first place. Because in blockchains, as we know, once something happens, it's immutable. So, to be more specific, a DApp needs to be paused before the hack takes place. We need to prevent the hack from happening in the first place. The first large design school about hack prevention is front-running hacks. And it started in a very interesting way. As you may know, there's a lot of MEV searchers that create these generalizable bots that detect MEV opportunities and try to capture them. So a few years back, when a hacker would send a malicious transaction to the mempool, this generalized bot would detect the MEV opportunity and then copy it and essentially replace who will get the money from the hack with its own address. And then it would send this new transaction with higher gas. It would, the proposer would read it from the mempool. I would emit a block. And the result would be that instead of the hacker getting the funds would be captured by these MEV bots. We have seen that in the wild. We have seen MEV searchers capturing hacks by mistake and then going through a process to return them to the dApps. So a few people figured out that since this is happening by accident, we should probably productize it, right? So the hacker will send a malicious transaction in the mempool, and then you have some software where it monitors the mempool. It would detect the malicious transaction and then send a mitigative transaction. So instead of front-running the hack with another hack, it will front-run the hack with a transaction that will pause the dApp. So when the proposer reads the mempool and executes the transactions in the same block, the hacker's transaction will be after the mitigative transaction, which means that the hack is resolved. The hack doesn't take place in the first place. And this is a quite good solution, right? Well, what if the hacker has access to a private mempool? What if the hacker sends the malicious transaction to this private mempool, and then the private mempool emits a block with a hack inside? At that point, there is no way for the front runner to actually see the transaction and front run it. This very simple solution actually makes all front running services useless. And I believe that in the future, as these front-running services become more and more apparent, the more and more dApps use them, we will see the creation of what I call the dark mempools, where there is a group of mempools, private and public, that collaborate with the services. They allow the services to observe their mempools, but there will be always a private mempool with proposers somewhere in some jurisdiction that doesn't cooperate, that will include your transaction, no questions asked. So at some point, a malicious transaction will be included in the block. So here, for example, we see that we have this cooperative, the good mempools, they produce the good blocks. And at some point, a proposer from the dark mempool will be elected as the next proposer and will emit a block with a hack. So maybe the hacker will need to wait more time to get their transaction included, but it will be included at some point. So front-running hacks depend on the hacker not using private mempools. In other words, it depends on the hacker being incompetent. In a world where front-running services become prevalent, hackers will just use private mempools, and immediately all these services will become quite useless. And an interesting thing we have to remember is that dark mempools are protocol compliant. They don't do anything illegal. They don't do anything wrong. Or more like, they do something illegal, but not from a protocol perspective. From a protocol perspective, they include valid transactions, invalid blocks. So there is nothing really we can do at the protocol level. And based on the definition we gave for mitigation, front-running the hacks is mitigation, right? We stop the hack from taking place. We pause the dApp before the malicious transaction tries to do something about it. The next big design group, design school for hack prevention, is what I call next block response. It's very simple, really. First, the hacker will send their transaction. It will be included in a malicious in a block. Then the software will detect it and will send the mitigative transaction in the next block, right? Super simple. Much simpler than the front running of hacks we described. And this is useful for multi-block hacks, where for some reason the hacker needs to send transaction in multiple blocks. So the idea is that some part of the hack happens, you pause the dApp, and then the hacker can't do anything more about it. For example, with Euler, the hacker drained the pools one after the other in multiple blocks. But the problem is that there is no reason for the hacker to do so. The only reason that the hacker will not actually drain all the Euler pools in a single transaction, in a single block, is because they are incompetent. Again, it assumes that the hacker is not sophisticated, because a sophisticated hacker will be able to properly simulate the attack and execute it in a single block. So again, in a world where next block response becomes prevalent, it will become irrelevant, because the hacker will just perform more sophisticated hacks in a single block. And based on the definition we gave, next block response is not mitigation. It's damage control, right? Even if the hacker does the hack in multiple blocks, some part of the block will go through. We just hope that the hacker will not drain the whole pool in a single block, but will drain half of it. So what to do? It's a cat and mouse, unfortunately. Both solutions work, but they have a time horizon, right? There is a near future where both of the solutions are no longer working because they force the hackers to become more sophisticated. I think we should build tools with the end in mind, which means that we should build tools assuming that the hackers are competent, that they are sophisticated, and then try to think what we can do in that end state. And I think the best design school is a new one where we don't allow the transactions and malicious transactions to land in the first place. And this is what we are exploring with Phalanx, where essentially maybe the correct way to prevent hacks is to censor hacks. But we'll talk about that in another time. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Just a few quick reminders. Please tag us, ETH Denver 2024, on whatever social medias you prefer. We are going to have Asta Lee, the CTO and co-founder of Privy, talk about how to secure your app on the internet. This is, I think, about SRPs. So this is a technical workshop. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you learn a lot. She'll be available afterward if you want to speak to her. Without any further ado, let's have Asta come to the stage.
All right, we're going to have orange slides today. Hi, everyone. My name is Asta. I'm CTO and co-founder at Privy, and this is a primer on how we think about web application security. So to start off with, like, why does this matter? Why is this different than it was last year or the year before? It's because the DApp has evolved. DApps have historically been thin client wrappers around smart contracts. And smart contracts, the blockchain was your backend, and your account system, your user model was a user's MetaMask. And your DApp was a thin bit of JavaScript tying it all together and providing some UIs that make things look nice. But it means that all of the security burden was on the user. And also on the smart contract side. So users had to protect their seed phrase. They had to download some third-party key management software to manage cryptographic keys. They had to check their transaction hashes and parameters and verify their smart contract code and make sure they weren't signing anything that was suspicious. They were fully responsible for their own security. And that has changed. So today, we build apps. The DApp has evolved. Now it's rich user experiences that are accessible to mainstream audiences. They are largely built on a standard web stack and combine sources of Web2 data and data stored in a traditional backend. And they use blockchain as infrastructure that provides incredible, valuable properties like user ownership, public verifiability, interop, composability, decentralization. But it's woven together with the rest of your stack and backend to provide an experience that is unlike what it used to be, and that's accessible universally. So the age of dApps has shifted to the age of apps, and what that means is a paradigm shift in terms of how we think about security as well. So to walk through some examples of consumer products and other products that are built with blockchain infrastructure that represent this phase shift. Here I'm showing a screenshot of Courtyard, where you're able to buy digital collectibles for a US dollar amount. It's a user-friendly presentation of a digital asset. You're able, it uses user-friendly language, and you may not know that it's touching blockchain at all. This is another example of a product that's launched, within the last couple years. Blackbird, a restaurant loyalty app, where you download an app on your phone and you check into your favorite restaurant, and on your second visit, maybe you get a free drink, and you get fly tokens, which are like airline points, but for restaurants. And again, you may not know that these tokens are on chain, and there's an abstraction between your user and the low-level on-chain activity. Hyperliquid, another example, one-click trading with no wallet approvals. You've got sending USDC via Venmo. You've got connecting to OpenSea via email and checking out with a credit card. And so, again, social apps, all these experiences are hybrid Web2, Web3 stacks. And this is a paradigm shift from the dApps of the past. So what does this mean for security? Because your app provides user-friendly context and an abstraction layer on top of what's happening on the blockchain, you also take on more responsibility for security and trust. And this is really important. Like, why should you do this? Why should you take on this burden? It's because we're in the age of building applications that use blockchain but also achieve massive scale. And if you want to build an app that achieves massive scale, that means you have to build trust in your product. You take on more security burden, and you have to build incredible user experiences that are accessible to people who may not know how to custody cryptographic keys. And that's got to be okay if we want to build a product at massive scale. So that's why we have to think about application security in an end-to-end way, and build apps that are deserving of the trust that widespread users place on these apps. So how do we think about application security? There's a few mental models that I wanted to walk through. One is approach your application from the point of view of thinking through threats and building out threat models, like reasonable, well-structured threat models, avenues for attack, mitigation mechanisms, and thinking through your system from a security and threat model perspective. This is like basically the biggest framework for application security. And it starts with modeling your system, like really understanding what do you care about? What are the security requirements? What are the kind of invariants that you want to provide? And also, like, what's valuable? If people were trying to attack your application, what is the thing they're actually going for? Is it data? Is it assets? Is it accounts? Like, think about your app from the point of view of what could go wrong, and what do people who want to attack you, what are they trying to go after? From there, think about how are they going to, what are the things that go wrong? Like, how are they going to try to attack those places of value? And this is not only important to figure out what are the avenues for threats, but also to prioritize them, because you're like a human with a limited number of hours in your life and a limited number of hours that your team can devote. And so you have to attack the things that are most important first. So prioritize by risk, prioritize by value. And similarly, determine the countermeasures that make sense according to the threats that you've modeled. So bring this like structured thinking into your threat model process. It's like really easy to build an app and like either not be thinking enough about this, or be like losing sleep constantly and not know how to prioritize things because there's like a million risks present. And so by breaking it down into structured components, you like have a foothold with which you can start tackling these important security parameters. The second guiding principle that that's a really important part of application security is defense in depth, which is as you think about threat avenues. For example, someone trying to go after your user data. You can say, oh, well, I have this password on my database, and like call it a day. But defense in depth is about thinking about what can go wrong and making sure there are layers and layers of protections in place in case something does go wrong. Like, why do we have MFA turned on our accounts? Well, technically, your like first login method should usually be fine. Like, probably if you're logging in with email, most of the time your email hasn't been compromised. But that's like not the end of the story. Your user account is too important for it to be only locked down with one mechanism. We want to turn on multi-factor auth so that you have another form of authentication in case something goes wrong. And that's an example of defense in depth, which is that each individual layer provides coverage, but if you think about the multiplicative amount of improvement that you get, where a 1% odd of attack or compromise is multiplied against the second layer of defense, which is like another like 1% risk, you've decreased your risk significantly compared to only having one protection. So think about defense of your critical areas of value in terms of layers, and think about those layers in a balanced way, which is, again, like you are a human with a limited number of hours, and you're also trying to build a great product that's achieving massive scale. So how do you balance that against like maximizing the places of protection? You focus on areas of greatest risk, and it's like overall you want the surface of your product to have a balanced risk everywhere, and that means places of deepest value and highest like cost if something goes wrong, you build the most protections in those places. So this is like a part of a structured way of thinking about and approaching security. And the last one is, again, we're trying to build secure applications that are also accessible to everyone. And here you want to deliver an experience that provides both security and incredible user experience. Like the most secure application is one that nobody can access, nobody can touch, and then you'll be fine because nobody will use your app, and so it'll be really secure. But like that's not what we're trying to go for either. So thinking about security as a hardline constraint that you then optimize user experience on top of, and you have to think about both at the same time. So those are 4 principles for thinking through online application security, and here are some best practices to, in terms of just concrete things to bring these to life. So 1, as a baseline, protect your user accounts. Build in strong authentication and authorization systems, use MFA, and also when you issue tokens to your user to represent a validated account, make sure you validate the expiration of those tokens. Make sure that you validate the signatures. Set them as HTTP only cookies so they're inaccessible to JavaScript. So protect your user accounts and follow like best practices around these things. Protect your application code. So this is really critical. Like make sure only the code that you expect to run actually runs in your app. It's not trivial. Like the internet and the browser are places where there's a lot of things happening, and so build in these defense in-depth protections against things like cross-site scripting or CSRF. An example is setting a content security policy. This is another part of a defense in-depth strategy around protecting your client-side environment. This is a policy that you ship to a user browser along with your page that says, hey, no other code except for the code that I really, really want to run is allowed to run here. So you can set things like image source or connect source and say like, okay, my front end is only expected to make API calls to my backend and maybe to this like wallet connect server or maybe to this other thing. And like those are the only 3 things that your front end should ever be talking to. And so you can ship this policy along with your client-side code to the user's browser, and the user's browser gets to add an extra layer of security and say, hey, the developer told me that like this client-side code is not supposed to be interacting with like mymaliciousite.com. And so even if something bad happened there, the browser goes in and says, no, we're going to prevent this request from happening, or we're going to prevent these scripts from running from these untrusted sources. And so set a content security policy on your application. Other major sort of source of risk is supply chain and dependency management. We may have heard of the Ledger Connect Kit compromise from a couple months ago. That was a mix of phishing and supply chain compromise. It's like one of the most significant sources of risk in the software development process. And so, pin your NPM package versions. Make sure that only the code that you expect to run is actually running in your app, even if it's library code that you didn't actually write. So you're also shipping other people's library code to your end users, and you're responsible for that. Make sure your CI/CD is doing what you expect. For instance, CI/CD is the process of taking the application code that your team has very lovingly reviewed and actually deploying it to your user's client. But just because your team has reviewed some code doesn't mean it actually is the code that gets shipped to your client. And so there's an entire CI/CD process that you need to lock down to make sure that the stuff that you're shipping is actually the stuff that got written by your team and got approved. And then, of course, internal team security is essential. What happens if someone on your team loses their laptop in a Starbucks? Does that mean that someone can then ship malicious code to your users? It can't. So look for places to lock down your internal security, internal team security. This is setting multi-factor auth on internal services, and also provisioning access with principles of least privilege. this list goes on, but here are a few things to think about. And the high level is like there's a laundry list of things that you need to do to make sure that only the code that you intend to run on your users' computers is running. A topic that's close to a lot of people's hearts here is mitigating automated traffic. This is something where we see a lot of apps that are affected by bots, DDoS, and malicious programmatic traffic. So use a web application firewall, use DDoS protection, protect with CAPTCHA. There are ways to mitigate automated traffic. Cloudflare provides all three. Cloudflare protects most of the internet, and yeah, use Cloudflare. Another thing to keep an eye on, protect your user data. So in addition to the account values that are important, your user data is also very precious. It has, besides the regulatory concerns around user data, it's also one of the things that is most dear to your users and that they are trusting you with. And as a part of building trust, you have to live up to protecting your users' data. So be careful about what you log and follow guidelines around user data privacy and so on. There's a list of OWASP top 10 web application security risks. This goes into a few of the things I covered already and more, so a great resource here. And then the last one is, do inform your users too. So the greatest source of risk generally for account security is actually phishing. And it's it seems dumb, but it's you're, someone getting an email that says, hey, I'm your CEO, please give me your password. And then people do it. We've seen reports on Twitter of some person pretending to be a Bloomberg reporter, hopping on a 30-minute Zoom call with people in crypto, users in crypto, and convincing them to share passwords. And that's, phishing is a massive risk. And so inform your users, help them set up MFA, and don't have them install untrusted browser extensions and so on. So how we think about security at Privy, we build with a secure, audited architecture and crypto system designed with the principles in mind that I mentioned in defense and depth. And we build customizable security features that adapt to your app and your users' threat models. And above all, we think about it from a user-first perspective. Users are in control, it's self-custodial, it's user-sovereign. Cool, so how does this play out in practice? When you use an app with a Privy embedded wallet on a new device, it takes 3 seconds. You're logging in, you're recovering, and you're good to go. But what's happening under the hood is every application of all the things I mentioned. This is everything from invisible bot protection to verified authentication to cryptographic systems underneath the hood that make sure that malicious activity can't happen, and much more. So, but the outcome is you still have really balanced user experience. The heavy lifting is happening under the hood. It's only happening on new devices, and there's progressive onboarding, which means a user doesn't even encounter recovery until it's needed. Cool. So at Privy, we do a lot of this heavy lifting. We build secure authentication, wallet connection, and cryptographic key management. We're battle tested. All the customers that I mentioned before are built on top of Privy. This is massive consumer scale, sort of protected by our infrastructure. But modern application security is end-to-end. It exists beyond even cryptographic key management. It exists beyond smart contracts. It's an end-to-end responsibility that everybody has to live up to. So together, we work to build mainstream trust in the crypto industry as a whole. Every single online application needs to protect users. And in order to deliver the kind of transformative user experience that makes applications accessible to every single user universally, app developers need to take on more responsibility. We have a joint duty to continue to improve the user experience and security baseline for our entire industry. Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome back, everybody. Big thanks to Asta for being the first female technical talk we've had on the stage that I've seen in 2 days. So praise God for that. That's right. That's right. The next talk we have is going to be a little fireside chat. It is with Hector Beles, Stephen Dalal, and Jonathan Hernandez from Fenwick. These are 3 attorneys, but they are the most unattorney attorneys you might ever meet. So the attorneys, you know, they're the good guys, in my opinion. I'm super stoked to hear what they have to say. We're going to talk about unwrapping the DAO, taking decentralization back to first principles. These are all amazing guys. Remember, for anyone who needs it, restrooms this way, water fill up that way, sunshine outside, Zen Zone upstairs. Whatever you need, we've got it here for you. And if anyone has any questions, people over here at the side are always welcome to help. Okay, let's get started.
How's it going, everyone? I love to see the enthusiasm every time lawyers are introduced. So, I'm Stefan Dalal. I'm a blockchain lawyer and a builder in the space.
I'm Hector Velez. Yeah, I'm a lawyer. Been in the space for a while now. Seen a couple cycles, and yeah, you see a whole bunch of new people come in every time, and you know different ways of thinking, different values come in, and love to see the whole industry progress and evolve.
Yeah, my name is Jonathan Hernandez. Also a blockchain lawyer.
Yeah.
We've all kind of had the privilege of, over the past couple of years, being able to do this full time, and we sort of dedicate all our time to blockchain clients, which, I think most lawyers aren't able to do something they're passionate about. So I think I could speak for all of us that we feel very lucky and privileged to be able to do what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. So collectively, we've worked in the blockchain space as lawyers for quite a long time. We've had the privilege of structuring and launching a lot of the world's leading DAOs and projects, and so we've had a lot of time to think about room for improvement. Before we talk about that, I do want to set the stage a little bit about the ethos of blockchain and sort of how we got to where we are today. So before I got into blockchain as a lawyer, I actually was involved in privacy and the open source movement going back 10 or 12 years ago, before privacy was even a thing. And I want to tell you a quick little story to sort of set up the ethos here. In 1991, here in Colorado, Phil Zimmerman released the open sourced his code for PGP, Pretty Good Privacy, which became the world's most widely used encryption software for email. And he really sort of set the stage in what had been a growing movement in the open source software movement. Now, Phil, like a lot of other people in the space, really believed in the importance of encrypted information transfer, and this is the reason why he released PGP. Eventually what happened is the federal government launched an investigation into PGP and the release of this, what at the time was a very strong encryption, under the Arms Export Control Act, which was actually used to prosecute people who were weapons traffickers. So people who were exporting missiles or other sorts of weapons, and as applied to Phil's open source software code. And that, amongst other things, really propelled us in the community into a moment of really trying to understand what it is that we were actually trying to do with respect to privacy. So when people ask me, how long have you been in blockchain? I like to say quite a long time, 10 or 12 years, because it's that same privacy ethos that Phil was fighting for, that Linus was fighting for when he wrote the original Linux kernel. What Richard Stallman was trying to do in the late 70s and early 80s with GNU. We're actually all doing the same thing here with blockchain and in Web3. As Stallman likes to say, the free in free software is not free as in free beer, but it's free as in freedom. And blockchain in many respects, like in the privacy movement, is really about securing encrypted information transfer, whether that happen to be moving value around or other information around. So I want to set the stage there. With that, let's talk a little bit about DAOs and what exactly it is that we're trying to do here when we talk about building DAOs and building community. And one quick note, although we're lawyers, we're really speaking to you here as community members. Don't take anything we say as legal advice. And we also don't know it all. We're all just like you. We're members of the community trying to build this thing together and trying to iterate on ideas.
Yeah, I can go. So I think, when it comes to DAOs, there's different sort of reasons that people build these DAOs and structure the DAOs the way they do. I think, unfortunately, we've come to the point in the space where there are DAOs that are large enough that other communities feel they need or feel like the right thing to do is just kind of copy and paste what they've done. But if we take it back to sort of the original ethos and principles of decentralization, and the original sort of reasons for building these DAOs, we kind of break it down to two things, right? The first is being able to bring out that ethos of open source software, where a lot of the work that's being done is initially done by someone with an idea or a group of people with an idea, but they are able to share that idea with a group of community members that have a similar mindset, for example, and then they're able to give these people who are building on this base layer the confidence that this base layer is something that they can dedicate time and effort to, and it won't change, it won't take away their ability to use the tools that they build on it, unless the community as a whole comes to consensus and says, hey, this is how this base layer should evolve. So I think that's like one of the principles behind building DAOs. The other is, of course, legal risk mitigation, which is generally what people come to us about. But, high level, clients are always concerned about, securities risk, regulatory risk, tax risk. The reality is that if you focus on the first principle, which is decentralization, building a community, then the rest of it follows, right? Like what you come to us generally about are, and what we're going to tell you are things that come organically when you have a community that's built out and that has the ability to really continue the principles that they believe in. And so I think something that we wanted to sort of come up here and discuss a little bit is that we've seen in the space, like Stefan said, we've sort of been involved with, collectively like hundreds of token launches and DAO setups, and we've seen a sort of a lean more towards prioritizing the legal structure and the wanting to mitigate the legal risk. And what we'd love is for the principles, the ethos that originally brought these things to life to not be left behind when we're thinking about how to build them. And like I said, if you do focus on that community building and decentralization, the rest of it just kind of follows naturally and organically. And so you don't have to sort of, fit a square peg in a round hole. Like you don't have to create things for no reason. There's no need to over-engineer and over-structure these DAOs because it'll come organically as long as you have a group of loyal followers that believe in your product and want to keep building.
Yeah, and I guess just adding a little bit there about the values. I think we always have to kind of step back and think about what we're doing. Like, why are we doing this DAO, and why are we creating? Why is this decentralization important? I'm sure a lot of people have talked about that throughout this conference, and you hear about it all the time. But it's something to constantly look at and think about, and seeing if we can maintain those principles that that Jonathan just talked about, and more. So we're not doing this. I think we can all agree, like this, if you set up a DAO, you're probably not doing it to be super efficient. Like it can be clunky, it's a little awkward. Proposals and voting and trying to get things done can kind of be difficult sometimes, especially with politics and disagreements within the DAO. But the reason I think a lot of us are drawn to this is because it goes back to what both these guys were saying, but being able to be in a more fair environment, and be in a place where there's a level of democratization of everybody can participate, everybody can drive the development of the application, everybody can the economy is driven by the people, and we the people are outside the hold of a sovereign or the overlord person who's controlling the system. And so keeping those ideas in mind, and those were the ideas of that's generally the blockchain ethos. And as we see more people coming into the space, we see different values get combined with that, and oftentimes even forgotten. Even those original values are often forgotten, and whether that should be the way or shouldn't be the way, that's still to be found out. We'll see how DAOs look like in 10, 15 years from now. But it's important to, from my own personal perspective, I think it's important to try to hold on to those values as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm going to say something that might sound a little silly or obvious. I think when people talk about decentralization, which feeds often directly into DAO, there is an overemphasis and over-prioritization of technical decentralization. In other words, when you look at a project and you ask whether or not it's decentralized or whether it's sufficiently decentralized, the sole focus typically tends to be on the technical stack, right? So, if you're running Hotwire in the early aughts, like you're running a centralized entity, no one would say that that's a decentralized system, fine. But the merits of decentralization don't live and die by whether or not it's just a technical stack, because decentralization is more than just a technical stack. So there is an over-prioritization, over-focus on technical decentralization and not enough on what I would call ideological or philosophical decentralization. That, to me, is really the core of what decentralization and what Web3 is really about. And what that's about is not about the technical infrastructure, but it's actually about the community. Communitas really is a group of people who have a commitment to a shared value. This is the reason why Linux, going back to the open source movement, this is the reason why Linux got off the ground. Amongst other reasons, there were really no alternatives at the time. It forced people into position. They decided to go out and build something. But you wouldn't have got that level of collaboration had there not been shared value amongst those group of people. And so I think the over-focus on technical decentralization really leads to a lot of poor design choices when projects get to the stage where they're like, okay, now we're ready to put together a DAO. Now we want to, of course, we want to build in some legal risk mitigation, which is fine and appropriate. But the emphasis shouldn't be the first starting point, the first building block shouldn't be, well, let's get a DAO up and running because we want to mitigate legal risk. It really needs to be built behind and around a community first, and that really needs to take priority. And I'll give you a real-world example. There's thousands of them, but we're sitting in one right now, which is Ethereum. Ethereum is an open source software, but what makes Ethereum Ethereum? Yes, it's decentralized qualities from a technical perspective, but it's the community. We're all here sitting together. We're all here building together. We have access to source code where where it provides for near infinite customizability. And source code is not some abstract, intangible thing. It's a collection of human ideas. It's about community. It's about us all being here together. And I think that's one of the things that often gets missed when projects reach the life cycle of saying, okay, now we're ready to build a DAO. Now we're ready to actually put this thing together. There hasn't been a lot of the lead up or effort put into actually building a community that will self-select into it to do what it is that you're actually trying to do with the project.
Yeah, and I guess just to riff a bit on that, on the Linux example, I mean, I think, you know, you're probably like, why are three lawyers up here telling me not to overcomplicate things and and to take a step back, right? The reality is that, you know, like I said, we have the privilege of seeing a ton of these things get launched all across the space, and so as opposed to someone who is, for example, just at one project, we kind of see a variety of different philosophies, personalities, you know, whatever you want to call it across the space. But I think everyone generally has the same idea when they come into the space, if they're here to stay, of course, and to keep building. And you know, a lot of what we see in the current structures are the building of communities and trying to get people to come to your protocol and use your protocol by giving them what is essentially what ends up being an incentive tied to a token, right? And so, you know, for example, airdrops. And look, I love a good airdrop, same as much as the next guy, but it should be a tool that you use to keep your community engaged and to reward them for contribution to your project, to the protocol. It shouldn't be a way to get people to come in solely for that airdrop, right? So it should be a tool, not the tool. And sort of the reason for that is that we see it time and time again where you have, you know, for example, airdrop farmers, right? Like they come in, they want to get the airdrop. Those aren't sticky users for your protocol. So, you know, back on that example that Stefan gave on Linux, what kept those people, you know, involved in Linux? What made them volunteer their time, their sweat, their effort into building Linux? And it's that they believed in the technology. It was a technology that they wanted to keep building for their use, and it wasn't tied to financial incentives in the form of, you know, I'm going to reward you immediately for you trading on this DEX, right? Like that doesn't. At the end of the day, when you bring users in for financial incentives, you run into the situation where they're going to keep chasing the next financial incentive. And so, like we mentioned, we're kind of here and we're doing this. We were all lawyers in, you know, other more traditional backgrounds, you know, a few years ago. And what brought us here is that we were users of various protocols. We were community members, and you know, at least speaking for myself, I ended up being in a situation where I was, you know, engaging with a variety of protocols as much as I was like billing at my, you know, traditional law firm. And so we're here to not only continue to help building the communities and the protocols that engage us, but you know, we're here to kind of try to keep people honest with the philosophies, because we're very involved in the sausage making, right? And so back to like one of my original points is there's a lot of like copy pasting, for example, in this space, and the reality is that a lot of, you know, the reasons that some of these documents are put together, or some of these structures are put together for some of the larger DAOs, have a lot of implications that aren't as clear to people that weren't really in the, you know, in the initial stages of setting it up. So because it works for one community doesn't mean it necessarily will work for another community, but you need to keep your specific community in mind when you're thinking about how to build these systems. So I think, you know, a question is, what's something that we could do about it? Or, you know.
Yeah, just wrapping up here, but I mean, that's a question. Again, it's a question we have to ask ourselves, and what we can do as you know, members of DAOs or just of the community, of how we can actually make the decentralization word in the acronym DAO actually mean something. And so right now there's a lot of focus on like decentralizing a protocol on L1. You know, how many validators are there? How many are there delegators? Are there nodes, validator nodes, and how many clients are there? ETH being on the more decentralized side, just having a handful. There's a ton of things that you can do to decentralize a protocol. I think we need to focus on what we can do to decentralize a DAO from what's within, whether that's making sure that a wide variety of people get a hand of tokens and are able to participate in governance, to just making sure that just making sure that we can do what we can do to make sure that everything's decentralized, and that way we can push forward those ideas and keep the ethos within the space.
And I'll leave you with one last thought. Don't just build something great, but build something real. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Ava, and I'll be introducing our next speakers and panelists. So for our next talk, we are lucky to have Erica, who will talk about reconciling the West and the East. So how do we maintain this community? How do we attract talent cross borders? And how do we make Asia and the East in general a great place to build? So let's give a warm welcome to Erica, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm more of an executor. I organize a lot of events like this. It's more smaller, but it's definitely an honor to be a speaker at eDenver. It's my second time. Thanks for being here. My name is Erica Kang. I'm the founder of Crypto Planet. Previously, it was Crypto Soul, and it just rebranded. So I just want to talk about how to collaborate and how I am collaborating East and West and facilitating innovation in crypto. So just a brief introduction of who I am. I'm the founder of Crypto Soul since 2018, so I'm kind of I've been in the space for a long time. I've expanded to Crypto Planet since 2023, trying to be more global. I'm also the host of Build Asia Conference and Eat Soul and Builder Breakfast. I'm not sure if you've seen the Builder Breakfast in Denver, but it's my third Builder Breakfast I host in Denver. I do a lot of satellite events around bigger conferences like Eat Denver, Eat CC, and DEF CON. I'm also the SheFi Soul chapter lead. There's a SheFi booth over there if you can say hi. I also hosted over 7 conferences, 6 hackathons, I think 50 plus meetups and side events since 2017. So I've been in the space for a long time, and those are my logos. It's pretty cute. And my personal mission in crypto for 8 years has been to facilitate coordination, innovation between Asia, other parts of the world. And it's really hard to connect Asia and to kind of highlight that area, especially in the builder community. And I'm all for the builder community, like the Eat Denver crowd here, and how to bring this culture to Asia, right? And using what I'm good at, which is communication, event organization, coordination, connection, so forth. And in my own way, I've been curating many events in Asia and pulling together all founders, good builders, students, and trying to represent the Asian community that is a healthy ecosystem, that a lot of fun stuff is going on in Asia, a lot of cool stuff, healthy ecosystem can be built in Asia. And Asia is a very big animal, so like I don't want to really generalize Asia into one big lump, but in Asia, there's East Asia, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, you know, all sorts of countries, and each culture is very different. So I'm from Korea personally, so it is, you know, I'm more like Korea and Vietnam focused, but also I represent, you know, countries in like maybe Singapore. I also help with Indonesia, Hong Kong, and so I'm trying to kind of give a more general introduction about Asia in this presentation. So hopefully this helps. So as you might probably know, I think 2024 will be the year for Asia. Because of many reasons. So I think general interest in the region has grown exponentially this year. And I've gotten so many DMs, so many like requests for calls due to the interest in Asia. Many reasons contribute to this, and I just kind of highlighted a few. You know, U.S. regulations is not the most friendly. And of course, the SEC commissioner was here, but still, I think in general, the U.S. policies has not been the best environment for companies to thrive, right? And especially in crypto. Like as a, you know, comparatively, in Asia, it's been more friendlier. And especially like in Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea, Japan, it's been relatively more open. And even now, there's more room for growth. And so that's why I think the shift has slowly been towards Asia. Also, there's growing interest in builder communities. I think Asia's been mainly known for speculation, a lot of retail investors, which is still the case. A lot of good exchanges are in Korea, right? Like Upbit, Bithum. I'm sure you've heard of some of them. But I mostly work on builder communities, and I think that is definitely becoming a highlight as well. Some people are believing, oh, actually, it can happen. There can be some good hackathons based in Asia as well. So the interest in that perspective has generally grown general interest in Asia. Also, I know maybe I'll highlight later, but DevCon is happening in Asia later this year, and I think that's garnered a lot of interest in Asia in general. Like some people are considering to move to Asia for like 6 months and to kind of like look at Southeast Asian region as a whole, and like reaching out to me for recommendations. So I'll talk more about it later. So Asia has been having this pivotal role in evolution of Web3 in many reasons, and I kind of want to highlight a few. So regulatory foresight, technological innovation, community enthusiasm. And as you've seen in many reports these days, there's a lot of highlights on the region of Southeast Asia, which has not been the most highlighted recently, but I think in 2024, there's been a lot, 2023, there's been a lot of interest in Southeast Asia region as a whole in terms of crypto adoption. I don't know if you know, but I lived in Vietnam for 2 years, and I've seen many gamers, especially Axie Infinity. I don't know if many of you play Axie, but Vietnam is a very big hub for Axie Infinity, and a lot of gamers, a lot of players contribute to the user adoption, and so I think a lot of contributors are actually based in Southeast Asia. Not many of you know, but yeah, so a lot of good insights are coming from Southeast Asia in terms of adoption, lots of actual usage of crypto apps, right? And also just generally introduction, interest in digital asset innovation in Asia. So a lot of mobile applications are very easy to use in Korea or Southeast Asia, for example. I was so amazed at how easy it is to use through QR codes and just be really familiar with mobile apps. And I think that really facilitates how crypto apps can also be implemented in Asia as well. Yeah, so also rise in activity and adoption, as I kind of explained before, and kind of there's a lot of unbanked populations still in Asia, Southeast Asian countries, and I think it's getting better, and there's a lot of interest among governments as well to kind of reach the unbanked as well through innovative financial solutions, right? And also, I've realized I talked to many governments in Southeast Asia, but they've been just interested in general in fintech in general. And I think they kind of relate fintech to crypto in many ways. And they do a lot of studies in it. Our government has a lot of task forces that kind of study fintech and crypto together and try to say how can we make a healthy DeFi trend, right, in Asia, in their own respective country. And I've seen this trend also in universities based in Vietnam, for example. Our MIT Vietnam has done extensive research in DeFi, fintech, and so I've been requested to talk about fintech trends, DeFi trends in Korea, but I think that interest just reflects how much rise in activity has been grown in Asia, and regulatory advancements. As I said before, U.S. is not. I mean, of course, U.S. standards are very important to Asian governments as well, but also I think a lot of respective countries in Asia have had their own stance towards crypto, and mostly towards the pro, right? They're taking significant steps, especially Singapore, Hong Kong, Indonesia, and as you can see, there's many attempts to accept crypto ETFs. And Singapore, of course, MAS has been really taking forward. Of course, they've been kind of going through really free to strict, and they do have their strict policies, but at the same time, they're trying to do the right thing, right? They're trying to really make it right. And that's why a lot of projects are based in Singapore, and they're talking to regulators, they're talking to other policymakers to make this right. And there's been a lot of collaborative effort initiated by MAS to kind of facilitate this communication. Also, Hong Kong. I was in Hong Kong last year, and I was so amazed at how many projects want to come to Hong Kong to kind of talk to all the policymakers. And so, yeah, it's a really positive movement. A lot of good flow is coming into Hong Kong as well. Indonesia is really mostly well known for Web2 tech companies, but I talked to some startups that are based in Indonesia that are mostly concentrated on Web2, but they actually showed interest in coming into Web3, and they asked me for a consultation. So I thought that was a very positive movement, and they wanted to also persuade the government in kind of making this a friendly environment for crypto. So, I mean, we can maybe see some ETH Indonesia happening in a couple of months. We'll see what happens. But if that's the case, I would love to contribute to Indonesia as well and kind of go to Jakarta to host events there. But it's really a positive movement like gradually, and Indonesia has been trying to implement digital certificates for public services, which is a really good use case, right, for crypto. Of course, I cannot not talk about Korea and Japan, which are my area of forte. And Japan has been kind of starting from scratch, and they really are having this really structured approach. People have been kind of bearish on Japan, early on, but I think increasingly there's a lot of traction in Japan, interest in Japan, because they're really trying to do the right thing. Also, South Korea is going back and forth, has been going back and forth for a long time. They've been looking at the US, they've been looking at Japan, they've been looking at China, and I think they're slowly getting it right. They're getting there. And especially major enterprises are based in Japan and Korea. They still have their blockchain task forces. They still have their teams. For example, I talked to Nexon, which is a big gaming corporation in South Korea, and they want to speak at my conference because they want to showcase what they are building right now, and they're ready to show it to the world, right? So they're taking meaningful strides, which is great, and especially South Korea right now. It's very interesting because elections are coming up in South Korea, and so a lot of hot topics going on among political parties. And right now, as a Korean citizen, it's like I'm scared to kind of face the crypto tax implemented in 2025. But actually, the structure that they're trying to implement is actually pretty positive. It's not too intimidating. It's actually pretty structured, and so a lot of people are not looking forward to it, but they're embracing it. I think a lot of traders are embracing it and trying to say, okay, this is a positive movement. We need regulation to some degree, right? And also, a lot of exchanges are right now currently listing a lot. Actually, if you've seen, maybe some of you have seen. Before restriction is happening with exchanges. And also, there's two major political parties in South Korea, and they're both implementing pro-crypto policies, which is very surprising. Usually, it's been one political party would cry for pro-crypto, but actually both parties are actually for crypto now, so which is a very positive movement. I think they're trying to win the votes for the young generation as well. And so we'll see what happens. And also, this is what I'm mostly enthusiastic about, but to kind of bring about cross-cultural communication, coordination, also to bring interest in general in Asia, is to bring this to Asia, right? What's happening here to Asia? And I think Asia's increasing role in the Web3 event scene has really helped to gain more interest in Asia. Because physical, you have to be IRL, you have to be there, present, to see what's happening in Asia, to experience it, right, to meet the right people. And ETH Denver is wonderful. I always come here to be inspired by the spirits here and also the healthy builder communities here. But I wanted to bring that to Korea, right, and also to all of Asia. And 2024 will be very, very interesting because this year there's DEF CON happening in Southeast Asia, which is actually, it's going to be a huge interest in general Southeast Asian region in total. So I've heard so many projects trying to make a 6-month tour in Southeast Asia, for example, not only Bangkok, Thailand, but also going to Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, of course, Hong Kong, all those neighboring countries, and even Korea to drop by, right? And so there's DEF CON Southeast Asia, Solana Breakpoint, as you probably, Solana's here too. They're having their Singapore event in September. And SmartCon, I believe, is happening in Asia as well. And EdCon is happening also in July in Tokyo, I believe, or Japan. And so a lot of these ETH-friendly events, a lot of builder-focused events are happening in Asia this year. And so that's why a lot of teams are, interested in Asia as a whole. And I think it's just the beginning, right? And also, not only this year specials, but also there's usually popular ones, brought by the local community, which are ETH Taipei, ETH Seoul, hosted by me, Biddle Asia, also by me, Korea Blockchain Week, ETH Singapore, and Token 2049. That's always the kind of like the Asia like targeted events that's happening every year. And I think it's getting better and better each year. Everybody's really interested in what's happening in Asia in general, so everybody's just coming to look at the scene. And I mean, I know there's a lot of amazing events happening in US and Europe, which I always respect and I always go to. But I think like the US Europe-centric conferences are definitely shifting a little bit towards Asia as well. And I think that's a really positive movement and a symbolic move as well to kind of reflect, oh, actually, you know, Asia has some important, meaningful implications, right? And we should really look into what's happening there. So you should join us. And just kind of do an introduction of what's happening next month, actually. A month, like literally next month in Biddle Asia. So I'm hosting Biddle Asia in Seoul. It's a little shorter slide, but it's builder focused like ETH Denver. It's a small, definitely smaller, but community driven and technological, you know, research driven as well. And so Vitalik's coming in person, not online, to kind of also support the Asian region as well. It's really applaudable that he's coming over in person to, you know, support communities like me, and it's really respectable. And yeah, I mean, like driving interest, bringing founders, builders to Asia in person, it really does facilitate a lot of coordination, innovation, even within the conference and also in the longer term as well. So I've experienced that for 7 years now, and I think, you know, more events should be in the making as well. Come join us at Biddle Asia in a month. But, you know, follow me on Twitter for more information. But it's going to be amazing, you know, introduction to Asia and what's happening in Korea specific as well. Yeah, and the Asia momentum is just beginning, right? It's literally just beginning. I think it shouldn't be just like a one-time thing. It is a good momentum to start this year, but also we should really keep this movement going and kind of having more regular events happening, or actually more like bringing Asia here as well is also meaningful as well. Just connecting, how to connect wisely East and West and through like cross-cultural communication or even events is really helpful. And so I really welcome fellow organizers, builders, founders to Asia. And I really hope to coordinate together and let's build together. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. It's so great to have people like you supporting, creating equal opportunities here and across the world, really. So thank you so much. It's now time for a 25 minutes break, so you can go and grab a drink, go out, and yeah, use this time to do whatever you want. You can also just stay here and sit. No one's going to come to you. So see you in 25 minutes at 2:45. All right, welcome back. For this next talk, we're lucky to have Cooper from Aztec Labs. He's leading product there. And he's going to be talking about L2 business models. I don't know if you heard about those kind of keywords like superchain, hyperchain, orbits, but he's going to unwind all this for us. So let's give a warm welcome for Cooper. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay who's in this general vicinity? You can hear me back there? Cool. My name's Cooper. I'm on the product team at Aztec Labs. This is called the Anti-Superchain Thesis. Go ahead and plug my Twitter. You can follow me at Cooper Coons. Also, just caveat, these are obviously my own opinions. They shouldn't reflect my colleagues, Aztec Labs, Aztec the network. If I say anything stupid, it is definitely on me and not on them. So we'll kick it off. What is a superchain? I'm sure many people here are familiar with it. I'm sure it's kind of a new terminology to some others. But we'll just define the superchain. We'll start with optimism. They originally coined this as far as I know. So we'll just use their definitions for now. Superchains can be considered a network of chains that share bridging, decentralized governance, upgrades, a communication layer, and more. From their perspective, they would say a superchain is all built using the OP stack. Later in their documentation, they also define it as a decentralized blockchain platform, which consists of many chains that share security and a technology stack. Interoperability and standardization is key things that they articulate. You'll notice one of these definitions has decentralized blockchain, and one of them has decentralized governance. Those are kind of intentionally different definitions. And so for my take for this presentation, I'm just going to steal Optimism's definitions and remove the fact that you have to be using their software stack. That's something that's convenient for their marketing, but you can consider this to be the same in a variety of architectures. For the sake of my talk, a superchain is any network of chains that share bridging, decentralized governance, upgrades, a communication layer, and various pieces of their architecture. Alternatively, you can steal their other definition again and say it's a decentralized set of blockchains that share security and a tech stack. I would again say it does not have to be an OP stack. And so we'll talk a little bit more about this today. And so this presentation, contrary to its title, is not exclusively about optimism or the OP stack. It's about any L2 that specifically is trying to build products that satisfy these kind of definitions. A variety of L2s have business models that are building in this direction, and so we'll kind of talk about that. And so this is what the OP stack looks like. This is from their docs. They have a governance layer, a settlement layer, an execution layer, kind of a derivation layer. I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm sure someone from Optimism can tell me. A sequencing layer and a data availability layer. Some of these are currently implemented in the OP stack. Some of them are proposed improvements to the OP stack. Notably, you can see that within the settlement layer, Optimism is departing from optimistic rollups and proposing to integrate zero-knowledge proofs, which is a big win for anyone who's been working on zero-knowledge proofs for the past 5 or 7 years like Aztec has. And so this is what a full stack deployment of the OP stack looks like. You can take these boxes and you can look at Optimism and you can look at Coinbase and Coinbase's base L2, and they're using the same various pieces of this architecture. But the superchain would look a little bit more like this. So you could see you have n numbers of settlement layers, execution layers, and derivation layers. They would share governance and they would share sequencing and standards around data availability. But you can have different types of execution environments, finality terms, et cetera. But the key thing is that these L2 superchains share governance. They share some type of sequencing, proof aggregation, or data availability. And so this is my take on kind of how you can think of a mental model for the OP stack. There's one set of governance. There's kind of one set of standards for data availability. There's one set of sequencers usually. But you can kind of mix and match other pieces in the architecture, kind of aligned with like the modular thesis. And so this is a good mental model here. And so you can take this mental model and you can look at other L2s. Are there any other L2s that offer similar technical architectures, technical stacks, or products? You could look at ZK Sync's architecture. They call these things hyperchains, but at the end of the day, it's a bunch of L2s and L3s that share standards around data availability, sequencing, and governance that can have different various pieces of modular components throughout them. And so I would argue throughout this talk that ZK Sync's hyperchain is, just one manifestation of a superchain. You could also, if you squint hard enough, you could look at Polygon's aggregation layer. Polygon's aggregation layer doesn't necessarily try to force shared sequencing on people, but it does try to force shared finality and proof aggregation on people, giving you similar properties of atomic inclusion and execution. And so you could, if you squint hard enough, Polygon's aggregation layer will probably share some type of sequencing, some type of data availability, and some type of shared governance. And so therefore, I would argue that this is, again, just a different manifestation of a superchain. You have to squint a little harder to look at Arbitrum's orbit stack. They don't actually formally share governance, and their business model is a little different. If you deploy an L3 that uses Arbitrum 1 or Nova, you actually don't have to pay rent on it, but the other ones kind of do, so it's a little bit of, you have to squint a little bit harder, but at the end of the day, these are a bunch of L2s and L3s sharing a technology stack, sharing sequencing, sharing data availability, and sharing some form of governance. And so you can see that for 3 of the most popular L2s right now, these are all multi-billion-dollar projects. They're all betting on this kind of superchain thesis, right? They're all building in a direction that uses a bunch of L2s, a bunch of L3s, shared sequencing or finality, and shared governance. And this is a spicy take. So this is my personal guess for why this is the winning business model. Building protocols is hard. You have to have a really unique product offering to get differentiation. Building protocols as a service is way easier. You can just punt that down the road and hope that they get adoption themselves. I'm going to go out and say that I think a lot of L2s don't see what they're building as public goods. They see them as profitable business endeavors, and they want to make money from them. A lot of L2's founders are coming from Web 2, and they want to license their software and make money from it. That's the way that it works. And maybe the spiciest take is that a lot of these people are trying to play infinite hopium games with their community. All it takes is just one more L3 and all of our problems will be solved. That one's going to be amazing. That one's going to get millions or billions of users, and they're going to solve the problems for us. And we will extract value for the right of them using our open source software. And so this is my personal take on why this is a popular business model for L2s today. It is fueled on hopium. And so how do superchains differentiate, right? If they're all kind of building the same model, right? They want everyone to use their tech stack, share sequencing, share governance. The current landscape, they're all differentiating on speeds, how fast you have finality and inclusion. The cost of transactions is like a huge argument in L2s. Everyone's competing to having the cheapest proving system these days. Ecosystem and developer experience is not still, on parity throughout all of them. Some support different precompiles or different features. Eventually, I do think that they will start to battle on customizability, so your ability to bring your own sequencing set or proving system on governance surface. So can you opt in or opt out of different portions of governance or reduce your governance surface where you choose to do so? And how good are they at doing, let's say, business development or paying people to be part of their ecosystem and build their ecosystem around, let's say, one of these superchains versus the other? And so my guess is that how transparent EVM blockchains differentiate, right? This is a majority of them, but you can see one axis is cost, one axis is safety or security. As soon as you're above some threshold of speed and safety and costs, let's say your average transaction is cheaper than a penny. No one really cares after it's cheaper than a cent, right? No one uses pennies anyways. And after you're above some threshold where you're no longer worried about your users' funds getting stolen, you'd be in this upper right quadrant. And I would argue that if you're above some threshold of safety and costs, you'll be completely differentiated on your brand, your ability to do business development, and have sales cycles. And I think that Polygon and Base have been wonderful examples of this. They are incredibly good at business development. And so I think right now people are debating about where they land on these axes, on this grid for L2 services. Eventually everyone will be cheap enough and safe enough that you will have to differentiate on your brand, your ecosystem, and otherwise. You can also consider a trade-off space of sovereign to non-sovereign. For Aztec, having governance minimization is a priority, which we'll talk about in a second. But you can see that like if you want to be as sovereign as possible, you're not reliant on any external governance systems, you should probably just build an Alt-L1. If you want to validate your proofs on Ethereum but have your own DA or something like that, build a sovereign rollup. We think that the ideal space is kind of in this Ethereum-aligned L2 sequencer space. Aztec plans on having its own sequencer network and potentially a token, but still using Ethereum for DA, proof validity, and other things. And then I would argue that no matter which of these chains you build with, your sovereignty will always be minimized, opt into some type of superchain. You'll have to, by definition, be opting into the governance of that superchain. If you did not like the governance of that superchain, you probably would not pick it, because that's one of the only things that they're differentiated on. And so, you know, if you don't care about your sovereignty and you're happy backing on, you know, other people's success, like superchains are probably a great option for you. If you're not a very well-known project, if you're having problems bootstrapping your own economic security or otherwise, they're probably really good options for people. But if you can differentiate, if you can build good services, if you can get people to uniquely care about you, you probably care more about your sovereignty. And so, yeah, what are most superchains eventually going to be differentiated on? Right now it's cost and speed. Eventually it'll be brand and reputation and their ability to effectively bribe people or do traditional business development. How many grants you have and how good you are at giving out grants, honestly, will be the thing that wins the superchain business model. And so this is actually one of the last slides I have. I know this is a short talk, but this is actually the formal restatement of my anti-superchain thesis. I think that there will be less than 25 meaningful rollups or layer 2s. You'll be able to debate any of these, and this is controversial. I think that less than 25 projects will consume specifically more than 90% of Ethereum DA or relevant resources. I think that these projects, these top 25, will want to differentiate and not necessarily compromise or collaborate with others. I think meaningful projects may be okay paying rent initially, but they will not be okay paying rent forever in the term of software license, fee splits, or MEV shares. Yeah, through centralized sequencer fees, MEV share, otherwise, and they will have a strong desire to internalize value capture however possible. Again, if you're one of the top 25 projects. Meaningful projects do not want to lose sovereignty. These top 25 projects should be probably as far to the left of that spectrum as possible. They do not want to inherit additional governance or surface risks. And this is maybe one of the most key points. By the time superchains really get prioritized in engineering roadmaps, I actually think that there will be better architectures. I think there will be better solutions for those projects that are not top 25 and not able to be sovereign themselves. Specifically, I'm kind of bullish on the Ethereum shared sequencer and the Ethereum pre-confirmation calls that Justin Drake and others are talking about right now. The Ethereum shared sequencer actually gives you a lot of the strong properties including atomic inclusion, shared liquidity, fragmentation reduction, et cetera, that the superchains are promising. The difference between using the Ethereum shared sequencer is that you're Ethereum aligned rather than optimism aligned or aligned with a given L2. So I think by the time L2 teams actually prioritize this in their engineering roadmap, it'll be a slightly outdated architecture. And then I think the last point is that those that do opt into being a part of a superchain, if they are successful, will eventually opt out and leave whenever they reach critical mass or the ability to do so. At a certain point, it no longer makes sense to give someone else 15% of your sequencer fees for code that's already been open sourced for a decade or something like that. So this is the formal definition, and I think anyone could debate me on any one of these 5 points, and I'm happy to do so. And it's 100% possible this is me right now, right? Like I'm like, people barely only want 2 to 3 EVM chains. Why do we need hundreds or thousands or millions of them, right? Like, it's possible I'm mid-curving the hell out of this. I don't know. But let's look at Aztec. Aztec is a differentiated rollup, at least in our opinion, and let's talk through some of our design decisions. Aztec has a fully programmable Aztec virtual machine, the AVM. It's brand new. No one else has anything like it. It's a decentralized layer 2. Anyone will be able to run a sequencer. Anyone will be able to run a prover. It's privacy first. What we mean is we have native account abstraction. We have a lot of fancy zero knowledge and client-side proofs. All accounts on Aztec are private smart contracts by default, and your account contracts can actually be encrypted, so no one can see your signing schemes or otherwise. We have 100 million in funding from top teams, including Andreessen, Paradigm, Variant, and a bunch of others, so we're well capitalized. Our priorities right now include privacy, that's always going to be our top priority, safety, security, credible neutrality, and governance minimization. If these are things you care about, I hope you like Aztec and what we're building. If you don't, let us know why, and we'll fix them. Our priorities right now don't yet include being the fastest. We're not trying to be the cheapest. We are not trying to have a rent-seeking business model. We don't really know how we're going to make a bunch of money. That's not what we're prioritizing right now. What we're prioritizing is bringing privacy to Ethereum in a credibly neutral way. And we currently have no intentions to launch a super chain or a hyper chain or whatever. I would say if you look at L2s within our relative market cap, that's a pretty contrarian take. So, you know, we have to ask the question, should Aztec launch a super chain? Are we like mid-curving the hell out of this? Like, should we launch something with shared sequencing and a ZK EVM or whatever else we can dream up? Should Aztec deploy Aztec as an L3 to other L2s and provide, you know, a shared sequencer among them? Building a centralized, cheap, and fast network is honestly way, way easier than what we're trying to do today. I think we would be really, really good at it if we wanted to. And if we don't do this, are we mid-curving L2 business models? We talk about this all the time. Obviously, I don't think so. I think our strong commitment to privacy, credible neutrality, and shipping something no one's seen before should win out in the long term. But it's quite possible that we're wrong. And so, yeah, you should start building something new on Aztec today, something no one's seen. We have a really easy tutorial. Within 30 minutes, you can build private on-chain voting, deploy it to a local node. You can join our developer community, and we aim to have a testnet soon. So with that, hopefully you understand a little bit about superchains and why Aztec doesn't have one. But maybe someone will convince us that we're wrong and we should pivot. I don't know. I have 4 minutes, so I'm happy to answer questions if that's allowed. I'm getting a nod. Does anyone have any questions? Cool. Well, thank you everyone for your time. I'm actually going to be on a panel at Beyond the Base Layer after this with Mike Neuter at the Ethereum Foundation and Porter Adams at ZK Sync. So if you want to chat, head over there, and I will be hanging out there all night. Thank you all.
Hello? Oh, wow. Hi, my name is Jane Harrell. I work at Covalent. We're the #1 indexer, and today I'm going to be talking about applying atomic design to Web3 development. So, quick vocabulary just for people to keep an eye on. You know, atomic design is a framework for UI design systems broken down into 5 stages: atoms, molecules, organisms, templates, pages, components, pattern libraries, Gold Rush kit, and we'll be getting into all of that today. So, consider atomic design as a mental model for UI design systems. Coined by Brad Frost. So again, atoms, molecules, organisms, templates, pages. Atom serves as the foundational building block. A component is a reusable block of code that can stand alone or form part of multiple UI patterns. Here's an example of some atoms with Instagram. It breaks down the components to its smallest element in the library. Each interactive element is its own atom, a button, image, text, etc. But like in nature, atoms only really come to life with applications through a collection of atoms. Which brings us to molecules. Which are relatively small groupings of UI elements functioning together as a unit. They generally have a single responsibility. For our Instagram example, we have a navbar, image, and the ability to like, comment on the photo itself. Yeah, we'll just scroll. So, no. Here we go. Now, organisms are fully formed and rather complex sections of interfaces composed of multiple molecules and many atoms. These organisms are distinct sections of interface. So I mentioned that you can think of atoms as component libraries, then molecules and organisms are like a group of components that form a pattern library within a design system. In our Instagram example, organisms here are found between clear page breaks, pointing to each UI experience in your feed. Templates are page-level objects, such as component layouts and wireframes, which include atoms, molecules, and organisms. Here we see components come together in the context of a full layout. In this example, it's our full wireframe. In broader libraries, templates serve as distinct application examples within distinct UXs. In our social media example, templates like Instagram and then a template like Twitter in a full UI library. And finally, pages are complete live working templates or apps with live content, each composed of organisms, which are composed of molecules, which are composed of atoms. So how might atomic design apply to Web3 interface? Well, looking at our example, we have addresses, token icons, user icons, and all as the base atoms. User profiles with related addresses and profile names as molecules, or text elements and the related output, in this case, gas fees, as molecules. And finally, organisms come together with lists of transfer details of an NFT or bespoke receipts view. You can see all the different transactions, click through on an NFT, those would be a full organism. So if you look at Web3 UI across the ecosystem, here are some common interfaces we see, for example. An NFT marketplace will show a list of NFT collections that show a thumbnail of the image and a click-through to get more details, often displayed as a full scrollable board. Another example are DEX analytics dashboards showing historical prices, liquidity, data, top tokens by 24-hour volume, and historical TVL. Because Web3 is open source and composable, it's easy to spin up similar application environments. However, it's not often easy to scope out the development time to iterate on these. So we're looking at OpenSea, wallets, DEXs, that sort of thing. So here's some less common Web3 interfaces. So the problem is, users are often limited to finding tooling to gain semantic meaning for their increasingly more complex transaction types. And block explorers are not sufficient anymore to visually show these uncommon interactions. Some examples are points dashboards, internal on-chain marketing analytics views, user interaction dashboards, social fees like on-chain Farcaster interaction points, GameFi quests and achievements, dashboard metrics for POAPs, dashboards showing total margin risk in perps exchanges, yield and rehypothecated visual real-time data, lending rates over time relative to current bank rates, and the list goes on. And all of these examples are a pain in the ass to build with a small seed-funded team. So what do you end up having? You end up having a consumer-facing app where you click the add your wallet, and then you interact with it and you leave, and you don't do anything more. So it doesn't keep the user actually engaged with your application. There are a handful of common UX interfaces from big teams with lots of funding, but there are infinitely more ways to create UI and UX. The point is there, and that's the point, is that you can fork these other UXs, or you can spend the time to spend the development resources to really try and build that out and access all of that semantic meaning from your smart contract, or you can do it a little simpler. So here's a little example. It's a receipts view. So 90% of consumer-facing applications need an application-specific receipts view. I don't care about block height. I care about the semantic meaning that I just did in my transaction. That's what I care about. Please stop sending me to a block explorer to review my TX. Stop emailing me TX links that is tied to these meaningless views in a block explorer. I want clarity of what I just did based off the event logs in the smart contract. And that's me speaking as someone who interacts and has been in the space a long time. I'm tired of it. I want to see better. Do better. So Gold Rush actually makes all of this possible. Gold Rush Kit is the open source UI kit designed for visually showing live blockchain data using atomic design principles. Each interface built is simply different group of atoms, molecules, and organisms. There's also an open source Gold Rush decoder for all of those bespoke contract-specific event logs that are tied to the semantic meaning of your application. So, and then this is specifically designed for your UX, so it gives you a little bit for your back-end developer and your front-end developer to work on together and ship product. So stop pulling your hair out of and trying to build some sort of user dashboard or internal tooling to see metrics. Stop trying to index your own data. Try Gold Rush that sits on top of the Covalent SDK, which is now available in VM for the TypeScript Ethereum developers out there. with support for over 200 blockchains. And that is my talk. Thank you. My name is Jane. This QR code goes directly to the repo. Check it out. And if there's any questions, I'd love to field them.
Do you have it laid out in Figma already?
No, so it's a full system. It's not laid out in Figma because there's too many elements. That's up to the designer to add to that to their section of their fork repo. But we have an example up on Vercel. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, welcome back everybody to the choral stage. We have with us here coming up next the marvelous Maz, co-founder of CrowdMuse. Looks like we have some pretty interesting folks in the audience today, so thank you for being here. Everything is being streamed live on Twitch and will be available shortly after if people you know who should have seen this weren't able to be here. Just a reminder, talks go until 6 today. Tomorrow is our last day. I hope you are finding yourself having an amazing ETH Denver. Please tag us on socials, ETH Denver 2024. And without anything further, let's bring up Maz.
Hello. Hello. Yay. One more day to go. Right. This is a ridiculously long title for a talk, but it's an exciting one. Headless brands and IP NFTs with remix rights. So I'm just going to kind of like give a bit of context before jumping into it. So I oftentimes like preach this whole narrative around how everything is a supply chain and everything is roles all the way down. And essentially what I really mean by that is like, take everyday products that you're interacting with, right? So the things that you consume, the things that you buy, this sweatshirt that I'm wearing right now is essentially a bunch of roles, doing individual things within a supply chain. So you have like someone that comes and sources something, someone that comes and manufactures it, someone that comes and designs it, someone that comes and purchases it, right? So there's a whole entire value chain, there's a supply chain, there's roles within that supply chain. And so far, our main interaction with products in general are via what we would say a verticalized supply or a verticalized brand IP. And I've intentionally put this quite captivating image in the background, which is one that I came across during an exhibition at Design Museum in London, which is around like designer, creator, maker. And it's essentially individuals that are working within these factories that are really just producing pretty much our very, cheap T-shirts and, $5, $1, like, unit cost type of items. And it's in the Fujian province in China, captured in 2005. My relationship or my experience with this world started around like 2011 when I first started my first company in sustainable fashion, where I spent a lot of time in Bangladesh, and seeing things like this became very, very clear that we had to like do something slightly different when it came to the utilization of our products and the consumption of our products. So there's this concept that is interesting. So when we started looking at CrowdMuse, we came from the world of like supply chains, software, etc., and realized that actually there's a lot of like this linear supply chain seems to be the thing that we're kind of stuck in. And we thought, okay, so how about you actually take that vertical supply and turn it into a supply web? And then interestingly, doing a lot more digging and like writing and so on, turned out that Deloitte, good old Deloitte, if anyone remembers those guys, actually had already thought about this concept around supply webs, clearly capturing research around the fact that this thing was coming into fruition. So which is this concept around like making supply, making the creation of products much more co-created, much more collaborative, much more localized. And essentially what we realized was that, okay, we can actually reference this quite nicely with blockchain, nodes, clusters, etc., which is quite exciting. So bear this in mind as I'm going through the presentation, because this is a major, major part of it. So thanks to Ethereum, we have smart contracts, right? These are digital agreements that you and I, multiple parties, or even an individual can spin up with a line of code or digital agreements to say we agree in something. What that is doing is like, it's essentially IRL use cases have been something that is very obvious for smart contracts to be utilized for. And the features, as you probably are aware of, is that it provides verification, it provides authenticity, it provides a proof of ownership of your terms within that contract and within that agreement. it's a public record, right? So blockchains are naturally public records. On the flip side, in the traditional industry, what we've seen in the past like 3 to 5 years was that the one that I came across was LVMH utilize LVMH and DHL, but LVMH more relevant to this talk, spinned up a private blockchain to track counterfeit of their products, right? So that's a very clear, obvious use case. Public record blockchains would make things like transactions, assets, agreements public and much more visible. It creates this concept around like verifiable ownership. So I can say that I have submitted an artwork. I can reference the fact that I did a certain type of work. And that verifiable ownership is actually really, really key to the whole like co-creation aspect of product creation. And as I'm going through this, I just realized that my slides are a little bit blurry. So apologies. But just just bear in mind the images in the background because I'm going to be coming back to them over the course of the slides. So as part of writing our white paper, one thing that we first of all, we love doing good diagrams. And as part of the architecture, we realized that actually there's this concept of creator networks, right? What if a 3D designer that is creating an animation, creating a model, is working across or co-creating with a bunch of other roles, with a bunch of other people, to create a digital product. And then they're also wanting to create a digi-physical or physical product, for lack of a better word. And so we said, okay, these are this bunch of nodes, clusters of people, networks that can actually play between each other's networks, and why should they not be able to do so? So this is it's quite clear what this is showing, right? You have a brand, you have a 3D designer, you have a fashion designer, you have a pattern maker, you have a metaverse builder, right? All of these are actually examples of roles of products that we have helped collaborate with or have dropped on our marketplace, and I will show you some more examples in a minute. So the idea that an individual role that is creating a product can just take their assets or take their IP, in a sense, and transfer that, or just, also open that in another co-created product is essentially just unbundling that whole IP process, and it's like making every individual creator, every individual contributor of a product creation visible, which is pretty awesome. I'm intentionally going to stop on this muse and get you guys to get your phones out and take this QR code here. And the reason why I'm forcing you guys to do this is only because we have spent a really long time writing resources in our white paper, in the research papers that we put together, our articles, etc., to really just set the stage of the fact that there is this thing coming, which is the future of the way we trade. There's a future of the way we consume, future of commerce, basically, and how also, IP interoperability, composability plays a really big part in that. So yeah, thanks for taking that. So, okay, so what is CrowdMuse? So CrowdMuse is a platform for multiplayer collaboration on consumer products and digital IP rights. We went after the physical use cases first because it was something that we understood really well. We went after consumer because we were like, crypto is lacking consumer adoption. So what is the most obvious thing that crypto needs, which is a thing that every person here interacts with, is consumer goods. So this is one example. So this actually is a really interesting one, and I'll come to it. So two of the key things that designers, creators, brands, etc., small-scale brands struggle with is access to supply, access to distribution, and access to an audience. So a lot of the times, the designers that I've worked with in the past years, the brand that I originally created, I failed, because I couldn't scale, right? I couldn't scale the brand, I couldn't get the supply that I needed, I couldn't get the audience that I needed, and we just decided to close the company down. And that is happening again and again and again. So we need this supply web access. We need much more unbundling. We need access to different buyer and creator networks. The other thing that is interesting is that, and you always hear this from a creator perspective or, in general, is the fact that my IP got stolen, right? Let's say, oh, like this looks similar to what I created. And so I think this idea around IP appropriation or this idea around protection of IP is very, very important. And this is like a very big example where the likes of Shein and H&M just love ripping designers and creators off all the time. And this was one that got a lot of attention. So we see a world where individual creators can actually tap into economies of scale through collaboration tools, through the methods of co-creation, through the methods of attribution, through making the creation flow visible, and a direct access to buyer networks. This is essentially just showing you a very similar thing. So this is an example of a FWB bag that we created with a pattern maker at Tropical Futures Institute, who basically were experimenting with how would it work if someone dropped a product, right, and showcase who manufactured it, who designed it, and then other creators in the network came and licensed the original pattern and created all these new product derivatives out of it. So what that basically means is the bag as a blank, the bag as a pattern, which is industry terminology, would just get like another logo put on it. It would get like another print put on it, et cetera, or another type of stitching on it. It gets remixed, similar to how like music is very much so remixed. These physicals, these types of designs can also be remixed. I've just realized I might be running out of time. So what we've created is pretty simple. So what we've done is modified a 721A contract. A 721A contract is a multi-buy contract, so enabling you to come on to our marketplace, which has a smart contract backend and obviously an off-chain database as well, to get you to buy multiple items like as you would on an e-commerce, right? Like put it in your basket, checkout, etc. These are some of the features that we have modified the contract for, specifically for a use case for consumer and creator drops. And some of the things that are exciting is not only are you showing attribution of the things that you've created, but you can also add your files, right? So you can sell a consumer product directly to your community and fans. You can add your assets within the NFT, and that showcases the 3D file, the OBJ file, the PNG, the SVG, etc., etc. So when a minter comes and mints that, they get access to everything. That's obviously subject to if the creator or brand wants to open source that or, I guess, get the consumer to buy it or the creator to buy it. So anyway, top 3 features that we've got currently is creator splits and permissionless fund distribution. What essentially that means is that the smart contract has revenue splits as a modification in the contract. So when someone comes and purchases, the splits go straight into the wallets of the creators, of the collaborators, and the permissionless fund distribution is basically saying any creator at any point that is utilizing a CrowdMuse contract and dropping that contract or deploying that mint on the marketplace can come back, connect their wallet, and click distribute funds, and it goes back straight to all their wallets, and they can off-ramp, right? The other aspect of it that I mentioned already is IP and role attribution, and the other is, this access to a creator and brand network or even supply, which is exciting, and that's something that we've been basically developing out for the past year and a half. These are examples of the drops that we've done to date. This is one that I'm wearing right now, which is a drop that we did for Base in collaboration with a LA-based brand called Slow Rodeo. This is one that we did for Optimism. Just remember this NPC man in a minute, because you might be able to mint him and then remix him if you want to. And you can see just the UI is mimicking e-commerce. Don't make it complicated. Make it easy for the buyer to come and purchase. Make it look like a UX they already know, but just add like little touches of features that makes it different, like revenue splits. And if you put this stuff in front of someone that has been in the trad brand industry for a long time, they get really excited. So this is our awesome network. They're spotlighting some of the awesome, amazing people that we've been working with and collaborating with, bringing their products on chain, bringing their creativity on chain, collaborating with them across the whole consumer creator value chain. It's one of those things where we're super excited to be able to work with a lot of early adopters coming into crypto that are creators and brands, and basically be able to kind of like create some new experiences for themselves and their fans. So I'm just spotlighting some of the features so that you can see how some of these mechanisms are working. So here, for example, a limited edition sweatshirt that is represented with this 3D model is showcasing you the splits, is showcasing you like the number of edition of mints, etc. Very similar to an e-com. And really, this diagram here, I think it's a gorgeous looking diagram. Some people might think it's boring, but I think it's showing the profiles. So these use cases are the core use cases that we're working with. They come in, they add their assets, like I mentioned, their artifacts. They co-create, which they're already doing anyway, because that's how you create stuff. And they're selling directly to the buyer. So very much similar to the direct-to-consumer model, and not really changing that, because that's important. Another example, just to make it very clear visually, you have a blank, you have a base, right? That base gets, you can source that, you can produce that, you can go to a manufacturer and say, hey, I wanted to use a blank. You collaborate with an artist. You then add a brand logo onto it and say, hey, brand, can we use your distribution and audience and add your co-brand and or IP into the mix, but give us attribution, give us visibility also through the splits, give us visibility. And then bundle all of that into the final thing, give them all the fair amount that they deserve. Right, the other one that's really exciting, the other one that everyone is really hyped about, and still, is something to be patient around and not enforce onto creators too much, because I got distracted by the time. The IP conversation can be quite an infringing one, but take the MPC man. So the MPC man is, as an OBJ file, is sitting within the product bundle, the product NFT that you saw previously. This one over here can basically be sitting within the product NFT first, then get minted as its own artifact NFT, this is what we're calling it, with all the scraps, all the ingredients, all the working files, zip file, OBJ, FBX, whatever file they use, mint all of that, get a licensing agreement, and eventually what we would do is wrap that as a legal wrapper around the smart contract. So when someone comes to license, they can essentially just trigger that, and the original creator that is, the second creator that is licensing the original creator's work is getting up to 20% by default every single time, just exactly like music royalties. This is also very similar, so apologies, because I did one for bass just earlier and I had 30 minutes, but I have way less time for this one, and I didn't manage to cut my slides down. So I'm gonna skip some. I'll skip this. Okay, so examples in the industry that we got really excited about. So this is a phenomenal pattern maker designer that we work with called Hugh Clark. Hugh Clark and Rickard, which was another example that will come up next, they are literal pioneers of open source and design. So the reason why this is so exciting is that you haven't really seen this in fashion, right? You haven't really seen this that much in physicals. You've seen it so much more in code repos, open sourcing, music perhaps, but that is also still ripe with a lot of licensing terms. But the fact that you can come on and go to an open pattern library like this and get a blank already prepared for you that you can go to a manufacturer to make and add your print or different variations on top of it is pretty powerful. So he's already been pioneering this. Another example is the one from Rickard, who is also another reputable designer out in Sweden. He open sourced his patterns with Hugh Clark and got over 100,000 downloads in 2 days from all these other creators that were like, hey, we've been waiting for something to happen. So I think from a trad perspective, these industries are also craving open source, but that doesn't mean that they should just be open sourcing it for the sake of open sourcing it, right? They should be open sourcing it and also earning from it. So these are just free examples to test demand. This one is a really exciting one. This is a very recent example. This is a drop that has been dropped on Mischief that showcases decentralized supply. So what's happened is that they did an experiment. So they created this thing, which is like this global supply chain telephone bag, and they went and got all the famous like bag blanks like from Balenciaga, etc. And they said to factory A in Peru, hey, why don't you go and make another knockoff version of the Birkin bag? How about you go to like another factory in Portugal and get them to do a knockoff version of the Celine bag, etc., etc. And they came out with this beautiful looking bag, right? So it showcases the modularity of things and how it's really important for examples like this to come on chain. Okay, I'm wrapping up. I got 1 minute. Oh, I'm going to risk it. Okay, this is a really cool one. I got really hyped about this one. This one just got minted recently on Zora from two very awesome AI designers, Matt and Holly. They have their own studio out in Berlin. And essentially, it's the same thing, same type of thinking, right? Mint your files, mint all your access, get other people to remix it. Although, we're working with Zora, so we're trying to understand how it would make sense to utilize our contract in their network so they can get access to our product bundle feature as well. Okay, so NPC Man, you remember him, right? I've got 39 seconds. We remixed him with a collaboration with Lightworks, so you can now go and mint it. I'm going to leave this up now, so get your phones out, go and mint it. So that you can get access to all the files, etc. If you want to remix it, go for it. You'll be part of the experiment. It'll be really fun. If you have any issues minting, just let me know. You can mint this on Optimism using USDC on Optimism or ETH OP, or you can just use credit card straight on the Cloud Muse website. So yes, thank you, and follow whatever, and come chat to me later. Thanks.
Okay, that was a wonderful presentation by Maz. So thank you, Maz, and she's got a lot of people chatting with her. The next presentation we have is by Sammy Start, from one of the co-founders of Transact, and this is how to create a Web 2-like experience to onboard into Web 3. And I don't know about you guys, but for a non-Web 3 person, this world is pretty freaking impossible to understand. So I'm super stoked to hear what Sammy has to say. Just quick reminders, everything is being streamed on Twitch live. In addition, everything will be rebroadcast after the fact, so you can rewatch or watch anything that you missed. We do have 6 stages. I think RFK is a little bit later, so if you're into that, cool. There's the Zen Zone upstairs if you need to relax a little bit, and there's the DJ Chill room in the Biddle Hub if you want some great tunes. Every DJ has been amazing. Bathrooms are over there, water fountain refills are over that way. And without anything further, let's get Sammy on up here.
Hey guys, can everyone hear me? All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Sammy. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Transact, and I'm here today to tell you a little bit about fiat on-ramps and how they work. So just before I get started, who here knows what a fiat on-off ramp is? Okay, that's cool. This makes it a lot easier. That wasn't the case a few years ago. And who here has heard of Transact before? Okay, a few people. Okay, cool. Oh. Okay. Cool. So for those who don't know Transact is a fiat on-off ramp. It's basically a way to buy crypto. The major differences between us and something like Coinbase or Kraken is, number one, we are a B2B solution. So it's a widget, an iframe that gets integrated into your app, and it allows the end user to buy cryptocurrency in order to onboard into that app. So we serve some customers like MetaMask, Trust Wallet. We serve games like Decentraland or Immutable X. And we also serve finance applications. We have around 300 active apps. The other major difference is that we are non-custodial. So when you buy crypto from us, you send us fiat, and we send you crypto to your wallet that's hosted by you, or a wallet that's hosted by the app that you're using. So it's more in that kind of non-custodial dApp ethos, okay? So I just want to cut to the chase and tell you what we guys actually, tell you guys what we actually do. So on-ramp product is buy crypto with fiat, okay? So you can pay using card payments, you can pay using bank transfers, and we support local payment methods around the world. And it's just a little box, looks like that. Let's say in your application you click buy crypto, this would pop up. We would take the user through KYC, they would buy crypto, and then they would continue using your app. We also offer sell crypto. So you can send crypto from your wallet to us. We will then off-ramp that and send a bank transfer to your bank. Or we can off-ramp into your credit card. So we recently announced a partnership with Visa in order to do that. We can also sell NFTs. So this is a product called NFT Checkout. And this is quite a unique offering. So what we're actually doing is we're calling your smart contract, and we can sell you an NFT. It can be a primary sale. It can be a secondary sale, so like on the secondary market. And then we can also batch sell NFTs. So you can buy a bunch of NFTs at once. And then we can also do Transact One, which is kind of like NFT Checkout, but for any protocol. So let's say you could on-ramp from fiat into like compound finance, or you can unlock some content on chain or something like that. So we can execute any smart contract as part of the on-ramp. And then the final product that we offer is corporate on-ramp. So this is instead of an individual buying crypto, so our transactions tend to be in the hundreds of dollars. We can sell crypto to corporates or high net worth individuals, and this can be in the millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars. Okay, and we've done transactions of that size. We've raised over $20 million, and this is from a combination of crypto native VCs like Animoca and Consensus. We've also raised from more traditional banks like UOB or SBI or KX. And we have around 90 employees currently. I'm personally based in Miami, but we have a team all over the world. Cool, so now you guys know what we do. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the space and how I see it and just share my knowledge and why we're doing this. So last year we had around 500 million people in crypto. This is statistics across like crypto exchanges, wallets, dApps, and that's pretty cool. That's really good for me to see, having been in this space for like quite a few years. And what we're projecting is that by next year, we'll have over 1 billion people in the space. And hopefully in many years to come, that will be pretty much everyone. And we're starting to see a lot of the big names in the space coming in, and that's really exciting. However, there's a big problem, which is that using a blockchain application is really hard. It's really, really hard for a normal person. And I think all of us in this room are like quite crypto native. And for a normal person, and I've watched friends or family try to sign up to use a crypto application, you've got to set up a wallet, you've got to buy crypto, you've got to pay gas fees. And that's not only is that very overwhelming, but it takes hours, and it often can't be done in one sitting. And that's very, very intimidating. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to solve that. And with Transact, we make it so that an app can onboard their user in just 10 minutes. And let me break down what that means. So don't worry if you can't read everything on this slide. It's supposed to be complicated because it's kind of shedding light on how many steps it takes for someone to use a blockchain application. So this could be anything. This could be a DeFi app like Aave. This could be a game. I'm not going to read out all the steps, but the TLDR of this slide is that you have to set up a wallet, and you have to leave the application in order to do that. You have to buy cryptocurrency, and not only do you have to buy cryptocurrency, but you actually have to leave the application in order to do that, which is just straight away, that's a bad user experience. You don't want your user to leave your app. You want them to onboard inside your app. And if you send them somewhere like Coinbase or Kraken, those companies may offer competing products to what you're doing. So that's just not a good idea from a UX point of view. Now, not only do you have to buy crypto, let's say like USDC, you would also have to buy ETH, or you would have to buy Matic, or whatever gas token is required to use that dApp. Then you would have to do an allowance transaction. You would have to execute that smart contract. You would have to deal with private keys. It's very, very intimidating. And Fiat on-ramp solves part of that. So what Fiat on-ramp does is it means that you can buy crypto inside that app. So a few examples of that is, I want to invest in a finance app. Okay, now I can buy crypto inside that finance app. I want to play a game. I want to buy a sword and kill a dragon. I can do that inside that app. That makes your user experience that much smoother. And what I showed you, our product, it's like this little box. It looks really simple. But actually doing that is really, really hard. And it involves a bunch of parts. So the first, I'll just go through this very quickly, and then we'll go in more detail later on in each of these things. So the first part of what we do is we have fiat coverage. So we have to have banks, payment methods in all the different countries, which itself is very operationally heavy. A lot of employees in a lot of countries, a lot of operational partnerships, kind of boring real world stuff, right? The stuff that like most crypto companies don't want to take care of because it's really, really tough. Then we also connect in with most of the major blockchains. So we've built interfaces into Ethereum, Bitcoin, Polygon, Arbitrum, and we can send and receive crypto on all of those chains and support hundreds of tokens. The next part of that is KYC, AML, and fraud. So doing payments is actually pretty simple. You're just taking a number from one place to another place. The real challenge with payments is doing that in a safe and secure way that's compliant. So we've built up a ton of licenses, regulatory licenses, and risk and practical compliance operations so that we can KYC users, we can do risk operations, and we can be compliant and do that globally. So we kind of do all the compliance and boring stuff so that your app doesn't have to do that. And then the final part of that is putting all of it into a really nice developer experience. So there are many places where you can buy crypto. Transact is a place where you can okay, we're back. Transact is a place where you can integrate that into your app. And we offer a lot of customizations in order to do that. And we make your developer experience really nice. Now, with products like Transact One and NFT Checkout, we also take out all of the steps of executing the smart contract. So now with Transact One and NFT Checkout, you no longer need to buy the gas token. You no longer need to execute the smart contract. And we really compress down that user journey. We don't provide wallets, but there are plenty of great companies who do that, such as Magic or Web3 Auth or Privy, and others. If you do that whole experience, you can really compress this user journey down and do everything inside your application. And we're starting to see some apps that do that and actually start to target Web2 users, mainstream users. And I really think that that's where crypto needs to be right now. And so I'm very, very happy to see that coming to fruition in 2024. And I think this is the year when people can access all of those developer tools and they can start to make a blockchain application that just can be used by a normal person off the street. So that's really cool. So let's talk a bit about global entities and licenses. So what Transact does is we have entities all over the world. We have entities in UK, Europe, US, Canada, Australia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We then set up bank accounts in all of those regions. We get local licenses, which is very operationally heavy. Transact is definitely a crypto company, but internally it looks a lot like a fintech, what we do. So we're setting up a lot of licenses all over the world. Some regions we process the payments natively in that region, locally in that region. And then there's a whole bunch of other regions which we process cross-border. So we're in around 170 countries all over the world, and we're in around 10 countries locally. We also put a lot of effort into our risk engine. So if you don't have a really, really good risk engine, a lot of bad stuff can happen. You can have money laundering, you can have fraud, scams. Just to name one example of something that I've seen that is quite emotional is like an old person could get scammed. Someone could call them up, they could say, hey, we've got this great investment for you. Why don't you put your life savings into this? That person could be 70 years old, and that person could be tricked into buying crypto on Transact and sending it to a scammer. And what our risk engine does is it allows us to determine what is a bad transaction and what is a good transaction. And so we only allow good transactions, obviously. That's a very, very complex problem. It involves a lot of rules, a lot of different signals. So we're looking at the user's IP address, their device biometrics. We're looking at their geolocation. We're doing a lot of background checks, looking them up on a lot of databases. And then we're putting that all together into a cohesive risk score. And then we're either allowing that transaction or not allowing it. And so we take responsibility for all of the chargebacks. We take responsibility for all of the fraud and risk that comes with doing a fiat to crypto or crypto to fiat transaction. So now going into a bit more detail on our developer experience. So Transact is primarily an iframe. It's like a little box that, so as a developer, you would have like a buy crypto button inside your app, and then the iframe would pop up inside your application. So if it's a desktop, it would be a little box inside your desktop app. If it's a mobile, it would be like a mobile responsive screen that would fill the screen of the user. So that's kind of a UI-based thing. On top of that, we have a whole bunch of APIs and query parameters to customize that. So some examples of API parameters that you might want to use is you might want to change the design of that, use your color scheme of your website. You may also want to pass in the wallet address of the user. So if you already know the wallet address of the user, you don't want to already have to like put that information again. Another example is that if you're an app that only supports Bitcoin, you might want to hard code Transact to only show Bitcoin. Or if you're only on Polygon, you would only want to show Polygon. If you're only in the US, you'd only want to show the US. So we provide all of those customizations. We try to provide something that's very, very simple. You can do it out of the box very, very easily. But then as you get deeper and deeper into our product, you can do a lot of customizations. And then you can also use products like NFT Checkout, Transact One. And then you can also, in our developer dashboard, you can set commission on top of us. So like, let's say you wanted to charge like 1% on top of us. That could be a revenue generating thing for your app. So that's all part of our developer experience. And we have a team of developer integration engineers, kind of like Stripe. We try to have that Stripe-like experience. And then, so some of our partners like MetaMask, Splinterlands. So MetaMask has been a partner of ours for over 3 years now. And they really love us for our high geographical coverage and our conversion rates. Gaming partners such as Splinterlands, they really love us because we can support transactions under $5. We can do very, very light KYC processes for those small transactions. And we can also offer batch selling of NFTs. So we've kind of customized that to really, really fit into the gaming experience. Because when you're like, let's say you want to buy a sword and kill a dragon, you don't want to think about like doing a heavy KYC process, and you don't want to be limited into doing like larger transactions. And then finally, financial apps like Kyber Swap or MetaWealth, they really like us because we offer larger transaction sizes. So we can do like tens or hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in a transaction. And then we also have a lot of customization parameters on our APIs. And so that's very, very well suited for financial applications. So that's everything. I think I have a few minutes if anyone has any questions. Otherwise, thanks so much for your attention. All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, welcome everybody. We have a very special presentation coming up. We have the Secretary of Innovation, Mr. Diego Fernandez from the city of Buenos Aires in Argentina here with us today, along with Jennifer Sinesi from CoinDesk. This is going to be a fireside chat. And for anyone out there in the real world, city-level government is doing a lot to support Web3, and we're going to hear from one of the world capitals about what they're doing to make las primeras 1,000,000,000 de personas venir a Web3 con la secretaria, señor Fernández. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, how are you?
I've been waiting for this conversation all day. I'm very, very excited to be having it, and I'm excited to be talking to you, Diego.
Is that so, Jennifer?
It is so.
Oh, I'm so proud to hear that.
Well, just in case you missed the introduction, I am joined by the Secretary of Innovation for the City of Buenos Aires, Diego Fernandez. Yes, and I am Jen Sinesi. I'm a reporter at CoinDesk, and we're going to be talking about some very exciting news, digital identity in Buenos Aires. So before we get into it, Diego, lay out the challenge for me here. What's the challenge that the folks in Buenos Aires are facing when it comes to identity, and how did you first become aware of it?
Well, honestly, I think that the challenge with identity is not from Buenos Aires, but it's a human challenge. I mean, everybody in the world today is dealing on how to identify themselves in an unequivocal way in the digital realm. And today we're using systems which are basically lousy. I mean, our way of identifying ourselves with a user and a password, or eventually with these new aggregators, let's say Meta, Google, LinkedIn, or whatsoever, that at the end of the day, they control, they became the power state that which issue digital identities. And we need to come up with a new reality in which we users, not governments, the users control their identity, their attestations, and more importantly, who they share it with. And that is the thing that Buenos Aires and several other countries in the world are looking forward to.
You know, I emceed an event earlier this week where we talked all about zero knowledge, and one of the topics that came up was it's absolutely insane that to verify our identity these days, we have to take a picture of a physical document and upload that to some online portal, and that's the only way we have to verify ourselves. Talk to me about how you are innovating on that archaic process.
Well, I mean, when somebody requests something of me, just to give you an example, say, hey, are you an Argentinian? To my daughter, when she goes out and wants to buy a beer in a bar, and the people say, and the bartender says, hey, are you over 21? Nobody asks my ID anymore, but I mean, to my daughter they do. And the only thing that she needs to prove is that she is 22 years old. The bartender doesn't need to know her name. He doesn't need to know her address, her day of birth, or whatever other information is contained within her identity or driver's license credential. We are used to spread out our data everywhere, and that is wrong. That is wrong. And why is that? It's wrong, and it's very dangerous. Why? Because 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we were not so digitalized. Today, if somebody steals your identity, they will steal your data, your money, even maybe your physical assets. It's crazy. We need to become more conscious about the value that data has. Hence, zero knowledge proof has a crucial role there. Why? Because instead of giving out data, we just give a proof that we comply with the conditions that the verifier is requesting. Hey, I am authorized to drive. Hey, I am older than 21 years old. Hey, I am whatsoever. But you don't care, or you don't need to know anything else about my identity. And in that matter, I mean, we worked almost a year to identify the solid partner in order to provide us with this technology. And the guys from Model Labs have been great, and we are using their zero knowledge technology, which is amazing.
I think the skeptics among us might say, but doesn't the government want all of that extra data? Isn't there some kind of incentive for the systems to remain the way they are? Talk to me about the conversations that you're having within government. Is everyone on board, or did it take some convincing?
Well, the answer is of course not. Not everyone is on board. I mean, people in government usually, I mean, or they have this sort of a status quo way, which is normal. I mean, government is slow by definition, and it should be slow. We don't want a government that behaves like, I don't know, like a tech company innovating and making mistakes all the time. We have tech companies for that. Government should be kind of slow. But I think that we are today, both in the public sector and in the private sector, specifically in the blockchain sector, we have this huge movement towards self-sovereign identity, decentralized identity, towards building digital trust frameworks. I was just minutes ago in a side event, I don't remember its name, I think it's Infra Web3 or whatever, chatting with a friend of mine, which is Evan McMullen from Disco XYZ. And we were sharing that we were both really impressed that in the last 3 years, I don't know, 3 years ago, in the DevCon and Ethereum DevCon and the crypto events, you had zero booths or companies speaking about identity. Take a look around here today. We have several different companies and projects dealing with identity. And I think that's wonderful because, I mean, having privacy and having anonymity is an aspect of our identity. But there are certain occasions in which we need to attest that we are we. And we want to do that without any mistakes. If I'm signing a contract with you, I need to be sure that you are you, and you need to be sure that I am who I say I am. And I think that we are all building together the primaries for digital identity, and that is something amazing that we need as a race, not as a city, not as a country, but as a race.
Let's talk about the solution now. So the decentralized digital identity protocol that you're rolling out, Quark ID, is built on ZK Sync era, a ZK Sync era rollup. Talk to us about implementing that technology and how you plan to roll it out to the folks in Buenos Aires.
Well, we started something like 2 years ago. We have in Buenos Aires, and please let me advertise this, we have this amazing city that's, if any one of you haven't gone yet, you should. Amazing wine, amazing beef, go to Buenos Aires.
I'm sold. I'm sold.
You are more than invited. But most important than that, we have this strong, really strong crypto community. Many of the big projects today are from Argentina. Open Zeppelin, built in Argentina. Lambda, a great developing company, built from Argentina. IOB, Extremian, Coindesk. I mean, we have Coindesk now, Coindesk are you guys, Coinbanks. We have several different initiatives in Argentina. So we made a public call, say, hey guys, we want to build this, you helped us. And we were pretty successful. I mean, the guys from Extremian who are sitting over here, they made a great deal of effort, and they perhaps became the leading, they took the leading role in this. But we have several different other Argentine companies involved, Argentine and worldwide companies involved in developing this sort of technological system or protocol that we need to use in Buenos Aires. And I'm happy to say that last Thursday, after 2 years of work, we managed to make it open source, and we published it in GitHub and in Docusaurus. And when we started thinking about this, a few months after the conception, we started to sort of scout in which were the potential distributed ledgers that we could use. And we made quite a shopping around. Say, hey, I don't want to give names out, but we met with, I had the opportunity of meeting with most of the CEOs of several. We decided that we're going to do it on a rollout in Ethereum. Right? And eventually we were sort of willing for it to be EVM compatible, so as we had, I mean, a bigger resource, developer resource. And I met with several roll-ups, and at the end of the day, we took the decision with the team to move forward with CK Sync and Matter Labs, because they have a very sound technology, they have a huge user base, and we made a great partnership. We have been working together for more than a year, and we are dreaming of this together. We're building this together. This is just the beginning. We have, I don't know, version 1.0 in the market, but we're really excited. We have gained a big momentum. Several different cities, provinces, and countries from the Latin American region and from the world are getting interested in what's happening over here. And I think that this is a beautiful trip, and it's just starting.
Have any other governments or regions reached out to you to find out how the development's gone to maybe implement it in their own cities?
Yeah, we are already working with 2 different provinces in Argentina, that being Salta and some other province. We are working with the government of Monterrey, which is a city in Mexico, and Nueva León in Mexico as well. We are doing a pilot project in Bogota. We are in conversations with Peru. Because, I mean, they're interested in, hey, what are you guys developing? We are a big city. Our next step is in July, August, and I think I have my technical leader over there, July, August, and that's a commitment from you guys. He is responsible for making this happen, which is we are integrating the Quark ID technology, which this has its open source wallet. There's a standalone product. We are integrating Quark ID within the Web2 application that we have in Buenos Aires. Hence, we will onboard something like 3 to 5 million users in a 12-month period. And that is great. And we're looking forward to it, because bootstrapping this type of systems is perhaps the most difficult thing that, I mean, everyone in the crypto industry is, and we are dealing with that. And I think that as a government, we have the chance of doing that. In our vision, the way to get people bootstrapped in Web3 technologies is without they knowing what they are doing. People don't need to get technical. People don't need to know which blockchain are you using. People don't need to know which chain do you need to use for this or that. That is extremely technical stuff. We guys love it, and we love to speak about, hey, the gas fees and blah, 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 blah. Regular folks don't. My 84-year-old mother, the only thing she cares is having an application that serves her needs. She gives, I mean, zero interest to the underlying technology that we use. Of course, we experts love to speak in our lingo stuff and weird words, but anybody outside of this conference, believe me, they don't understand 20% of what we're speaking. So what we're looking forward is we have now in our humble perspective, sound technology. We have open sources so that everyone, and I invite you guys to do so, everyone can go, hack it, test it, try it, and see how it works. And we will be putting that in our citizens platform, and citizens will have the benefit of controlling their information. Any citizen who wants to know how these things work will have all the documentation as they have it now available. And anyone who doesn't care about how things work, they can just use it. They have the benefits, and they don't know how that benefits occur. That's fine with us.
3 to 5 million people. I think a lot of folks who are building here at this conference would love to onboard 3 to 5 million people, but it's not so easy. How are you thinking about onboarding people to the Quark ID? How are you incentivizing them to get the wallet? And I don't think we've told the audience yet. This is going to allow folks in Buenos Aires to put marriage certificates and birth certificates on chain, correct?
That is true today. I have my Quark ID application. I have my birth certificates for me and for my 3 daughters within my wallet, and that is legal documentation. That is a reality today. Of course, what I cannot do as Secretary of Innovation of the City of Buenos Aires is force people to have 2 applications. Today, what I need to do in order to have my credentials in Quark ID is I need to have the Buenos Aires applications. Why? Because, and this is very important about the protocol, the protocol is on a deeper layer than the implementation that the Buenos Aires city government does. For example, today here in the booth, we were issuing credentials similar in concept to a POAP, in which, hey, you have been at the ETH Denver conference at the Quark ID booth, CK Sync booth, amazing. We didn't care who you are. You just scan the QR and we mint your credential because we don't care who you are. But in the case of the Buenos Aires city government, we do need to know who you are. And we need to know who you are unequivocally. Why? Because we're giving out sensible documentation. Hence, when you want to claim your credentials for birth certificates, we request you to go through a biometric identification process against your identity issued by the national government. Today, that is possible using two applications, the Buenos Aires City application and the Quark ID wallet. In July, you will be able of doing that with either two applications. I will keep my Quark ID wallet, or you will be able of doing that with just the Buenos Aires City government application, which will have the Quark ID technology embedded in it. The nice thing about it is that if you have any doubts about how we are dealing with documentation, you could go, if you're a technical people, you're a programmer, you know your way around code, you can go and check that code and see how we are dealing with documentation. That is the first advantage. And the second advantage is that we live today in this crazy digital world in which each organization, each company force you to have their wallet in order to give you their documentation. So if you need the documentation for your bank, you download your bank's application so you have your, I don't know, whatever documentation your bank issues. I was chatting this morning with a guy who showed me his My Colorado application where he has his driver license. You have your national government application. You have your, I don't know, gym application. Every organization that needs to provide you with documentation for a way of identifying you, they give you their digital wallet being an application. In the next 3 to 4 years, that will be a reality of the past. We will have a wallet, as we do in the physical world, we will have a digital wallet with all of our verified credentials, regardless of who mint them, embedded in that wallet. And we will be able of changing wallets, as we do in the physical world. I don't like my wallet, I change it for a new wallet. And that is the new reality. Why? Because we will all rely on the same trust framework. And that trust framework won't be owned by any government because it's an open source protocol. Everybody could use it without asking for permission because it's based on a permissionless blockchain. And as we follow an international standard, that being DIDs, digital identifiers and verified credentials from the W3C, we will be able of cross-verifying documentation regardless of who mint them or where it was, in which country it was emitted. Of course, the thing that you will be able of verifying is that the organization that says that minted that credential is that organization. That doesn't force you to trust it. That is a personal organizational decision. I mean, I can check and I can verify that a driver's license was minted by the government of Rome. And the government of Buenos Aires or the government of Denver may decide if they trust or not in that organization and in that license. The digital trust framework ensures you that the other party is who they say they are.
Now, I have to ask you, you might not have an answer for this, and it's okay, we'll move on if you don't. You mentioned other Latin American cities and Central American cities that are looking into this. Why do you think in North America the government has been so slow to adopt solutions like this?
Well, I mean, the government today is working. Today we have several initiatives all around the world. The DIAC in Canada, the Pan-Canadian Trust Framework. We have ADAS, I don't know if that's pronounced that way, sorry, I speak English as a second language. The European ID, the DID Alliance, the SyncPass initiative. UK.gov is also moving forward in that direction. You guys have the sovereign protocol, and Homeland Security is starting to work in an initiative which is called Bring Your Own DID. You are moving forward there. You guys are you guys have two of the big tech giants here, which are Apple and Google, who, of course, they have big stakes in the game. They own the devices. They pushed forward the mobile driver license. But I think that eventually society will move in that direction. We need to move out from, I love big tech companies. I am an Apple fan, and I use every Google product, but we can't rely our identity in any given company, in any given government. We need to have a decentralized, a free world, and that is a must.
Diego, it's been such a pleasure chatting with you about this news. We have 49 seconds, so just quickly before we wrap, tell everyone what we can expect next with Quark ID.
Well, our next stage, as I mentioned before, is I would love to have by December this year at least a couple of million users using Quark ID, the CK era technology on a daily basis. That would be an amazing dream. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, everybody, that's a wrap for today. That was an incredible presentation. We are so grateful to the Secretary for coming up. Tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. We go to 6. It's the last day. So get some rest, go to a fun party tonight, have some fun, and we'll see you in the morning.